Alright, let me talk to you. From exploring brand new areas to taking on an absolute giant in the monster universe, to wielding a weapon with an infinite amount of power, to building friendships with the wonderful people of Pelican Town. We truly did it all on our quest to achieve 100% completion in the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? The Stardew Valley Expanded mod received an update at the end of last year, and I am going to get 100% completion in it. I'm using a few other mods alongside it. They will be linked down in the description. I'll also write a note about what each one does. Also, the audio of this video will change as it progresses. There were, a few factors involved in this. I got a new microphone. I had to figure out how to use the microphone properly, which I'm not even sure I've managed to do yet. And there was the small matter of, learning how to speak again after, a few trips to the dentist. It was a whole thing. But yeah, let's not dilly-dally any longer. Let's get started with day 1. I hope you enjoy. And here we are on day 1, where I begin by opening the box that was left in my house. I do not receive 15 parsnip seeds. No, I receive a nectarine sapling instead. I'll speak more about this sapling very soon, but for now let us focus on a cutscene that plays when I leave the house. Mayor Lewis is here, unfortunately, and he would like to know when my birthday is. I decide to pick the 11th day of spring just so we don't have to wait too long to see what happens on my birthday. This feature has of course been added by the Happy Birthday mod. Turning our attention back to the nectarine sapling, I know the smart thing to do would be to plant it, but in my business-orientated mind I have already made the executive decision to sell this sapling. I've also noticed a pear hanging off of a tree, so I grabbed that. We've already discovered 2 new items. Neat. I spent quite some time chopping down trees. Wood, as always, is going to be an invaluable resource here, I'm sure. I find an apricot tree, but I can't actually shake it to get an apricot from it as it is being blocked by tree stumps. Suddenly, I get the wonderful idea to chop down the pear tree I noticed a while ago. I was hoping it would drop a pear sapling, and luckily enough, it did. I find a dandelion at the bus stop and I earn a tasty 2400 gold from the sale of the 2 saplings. You will notice some new items have been added to Pierre's shop. This is because of the Everyone Sells Everything mod. The strawberry and mixed seeds I'm particularly interested in. I will say though, I won't be buying any Ginger Island warp totems or solar panels. Maybe I'll buy them when I've actually unlocked Ginger Island and the crafting recipe for the solar panel, but for now I definitely won't be touching them. I had plenty of options to choose from here in terms of seeds, but eventually I settled on strawberry seeds. It's not often you get the chance to buy them on day 1, so I might as well take advantage of that here. I make use of the part of the community mod. In a nutshell, what this mod does is it gives you 2 friendship points with a villager if they see you talking to another villager. Now, I know 2 friendship points isn't a lot, in fact it's very little, but for me the main purpose of this mod is to just add another layer to the friendship and the overall socializing aspect of the game. I find a conch at the beach and I talk to Elliot. I used the Look Up Anything mod to see what items he likes. It turns out he is rather fond of the forage item I just picked up, so I give it to him. I find a clam before entering the Blue Moon Vineyard. This right here is the home of Sophia, a farmer who specializes in the production of wine. Over in the right side of town, I walk past the museum and I venture into another new area. There's not much we can do here right now, though I do like the overall aesthetic of the place. It's nice just to have a little walk around the place. I found a common mushroom, which was a lovely surprise. I take a gander at the clearance bin inside Joja Mart. This was added by the clearance bin mod. Random items are being sold here, however I am broke, so I will not be buying any of them. As for Joja Mart itself, it looks like the items being sold here are cheaper than they are in Pierre's shop. That's a nice change from vanilla Stardew Valley. It gives you more of an incentive to buy from Joja Mart. Saying that, I kinda sorta spent all of my money already, so I say hello to my friends in the trash can community. One of them is kind enough to give me a bottle of wine. Now is a good time to mention that the town looks a bit different because of the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. In fact, that bottle of wine I found it in a trash can outside a new house that was added by this mod. I continue introducing myself to the villagers and I plop a chest down beside the mountain lake. I plan on doing a metric ton of fishing here tomorrow, so I can simply toss my inventory into that chest if it becomes full at any point. I return to the farm where I plant my strawberry and mixed seeds. I am using the remixed seeds mod, which allows any crop to grow from a mixed seed. So there's a chance, albeit a small one, that we could get ancient fruit or strawberries or kale. Or maybe even crops from the Stardew Valley Expanded mod to grow from these seeds. I have used this mod before, and I gotta say, it is probably my number 2 favorite mod, just behind the Automate mod, which I also have installed for this playthrough. With my farming duty for the day taken care of, I head into the forest. I head south and enter what I like to call the Big Forest. This might just be my favorite part of the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. I can't even begin to explain the joy I feel frolicking around this place, finding copious amounts of forage. There are 2 other really nice items you can find in here alongside that forage. The first is the ancient sword artifact, and the second is the forest sword. The second one is extremely beneficial to get at this point in the game. It should make the mines a lot easier to get through. I reckon I'll be using this sword exclusively. That is up until I defeat 80 bugs and I obtain the insect head. Those of you who watched the Stardew Valley but the season changes every day video I made, you're probably aware of how much I love that weapon. And that just about wraps up our very first day here in Stardew Valley Expanded. Day number 2 is here and it begins in a very sad way. I have to water my seeds. I already really want to get sprinklers. I venture into town and I take a look at the bulletin board. I decided to install the Help Wanted mod, which allows more than one quest to appear here at a time. This gives us more variety, more choice, and more things to do on a daily basis. I would like to get my hands on a fishing rod, so I visit William at the beach. Reliable as always, he bestows the bamboo fishing rod upon us. I consume a Joja Cola, pick up a conch, and find a geode in the trash can outside the museum. I enter the building, say hello to Gunther, and donate the ancient sword artifact I found in the big forest last night. I receive a delicious 250 gold reward. I decide to spend a bit of time fishing here in town, and by a bit of time, I mean a lot more time than I anticipated spending here. I got a bit lost in the world of fishing, I will be honest. Eventually I talked to William and then Demetrius to turn in a quest they gave me. Both of them wanted me to catch a smallmouth bass. Then I spend the remainder of the day fishing at the lake up here in the mountains. I won't lie, I wasn't a big fan of the fishing minigame for the longest time, but at some point last year I started to love it out of nowhere. I'm at the point where the whole process of just casting my rod into the water, catching fish, and seeing my fishing level increase for the entire day is an incredibly enjoyable experience. I find a fire quartz in a chest, which is a lovely find. I also hit level 2 in fishing. What a wonderful day. Speaking of wonderful days, day 3 is here and it is raining. This means I don't have to water my crops and catfish will appear in the river. These fish are worth a pretty penny, so I believe I shall spend the majority of the day attempting to catch them. After receiving the crafting recipe for the furnace from Clinton, I chop down a tree. I use the wood I get from this to make another chest. I do a foraging run in the backwoods, I believe it's called. You know, the area behind the farm that leads to the mountains. That place. After collecting a bunch of fish from the chest I placed beside the lake, I check out the bulletin board. Unfortunately, I can't do any of these right now. Prismatic shards, pomegranates, pearls, there's no way I'll be able to get my hands on any of these items. Oh well, we might have better luck tomorrow or maybe the day after. I sell my fish to William and I use my newfound fortune to buy the fiberglass rod. My first destination is the area just south of Sophia's farm. Catfish aren't going to spawn here because this area is considered to be part of the beach, but we can still get some valuable fish here. At around midday, I pick up my chest and I move to the river in the forest. I catch my first catfish. Nice, that is the first of many that shall be caught today. Hopefully anyway. It would be very sad if I couldn't catch any more. Luckily, we don't have to worry about that as I catch another catfish very soon afterwards. Bubbles have appeared, which means we can now catch even more fish. I take a break from the river and move back to the original spot I was at this morning. Now that it's evening time, we can catch an eel. And I do catch an eel, not just once but twice, which is very nice. The part of the community mod really shines when a bunch of villagers are in the same room together. Like what you're seeing right here in the saloon. Again, we probably got maybe 20 bonus friendship points with everyone here, which isn't a lot, but it's something at least. It's back to the river for the rest of the day. We haven't just reached level 3 in fishing, or level 4, no, we hit level 5. Fish are now worth 25% more gold. Lovely stuff. Day 4 begins with the watering of our crops. I sell quite a few fish, bringing our bank account up to over 2,000 gold. I collect some forage items and return to William once more to sell even more fish. I have Clinton crack open a couple of geodes and make a few donations to the museum. The clearance bin inside Georgia Mart is not being kind to me. I was really hoping for a nice bargain or two by now, but no such luck. If we can catch 4 sunfish, then we will complete a quest for William. On top of that, we will receive a prize ticket as it would be the 3rd completed quest. I can't imagine this one will be too difficult, assuming I don't just forget to do it, that is. I buy the first backpack upgrade. That is one of 3 upgrades acquired. Normally there would only be 2 upgrades, but I have the bigger backpack mod installed. This mod allows us to buy a 4th row in our inventory. We can buy this one after we purchase the next backpack upgrade. After spending the rest of my money on strawberry seeds, I spent some time fishing. I was able to catch 2 sunfish, but that's all I can do for now. The sunfish doesn't appear anymore after 7 PM, so we have to wait until tomorrow to get the remaining 2. I'm having a lot of fun fishing right now, and especially catching new fish that were added with the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. Well, no, truth be told, now that I think about it, the only new fish I've caught from that mod are the goldfish and the minnow. Anywhomst, I spend the rest of the day fishing. I return to the farm before the night is over. I want to toss some fish into the shipping bin and plant all of the seeds I got today. Day 5 has arrived, which means we get to adopt a dog. I call this dog Muffin in honor of one of the greatest cartoon characters to ever exist. Mother has sent me some cookies, thank you very much. I eat these almost immediately after receiving them as I have no energy whatsoever. With my strawberries watered and a single parsnip harvested, I partake in some foraging shenanigans. I make 10 spring seeds just because. Then I watch a cutscene which I am sure we are all very familiar with. I feel like I've watched this cutscene at least 30 times by now, probably even more times than that. Long story short, the community center has been completely abandoned. Mayor Lewis is very sad about this and would do anything to repair the building. Except, actually repairing the building. Yeah, that would be too much work for him. Up next, I do something that I'm certain I will be doing practically every day from now on. I accept a bunch of jobs from the bulletin board. If I complete even 1 or 2 of them each time, that's still a lot of friendship points with the villager who gave a quest to me. Along with at least a few hundred gold and a bit of progress towards receiving a prize ticket. I introduce myself to Marlin. I'm going to really prioritize his friendship during the early game. Increasing our friendship level with him will prove to be very beneficial as we make our way through the coming weeks and months. I enter the mines for the very first time in this playthrough. Ordinarily, I would feel a rather strong sense of misery that I wasn't able to find a strong weapon in a treasure chest while fishing. That isn't the case here though, as we have the forest sword. This one item trivializes the mines as it very easily takes care of all of the monsters we encounter. I find a wood club on floor 9, which in a vanilla playthrough would have been a sensational discovery. In this playthrough, however, the only weapon that will be replacing our forest sword shall be the insect head. I skedaddle to the community center to read the golden scroll inside. I almost forgot about this. That would have been quite the kerfuffle if I had. The Stardrop Saloon is full to the brim with villagers, so I speak to all of them for a teeny bit of bonus friendship points. I buy a few salads before returning to the mines for the rest of the day. Clinton has sent us a letter on day 6. He lets us know that we can send him a tool and 5 bars to him through our mailbox in order to have that tool upgraded. This right here is the game's way of introducing the mail services mod to us. This will be extremely handy, no doubt about that. 2 other important letters have been sent to us alongside that one. The wizard wants me to pay him a visit at his tower in the forest, and Marlin has said that if we can defeat 10 green slimes in the mines, we can join the Adventurers Guild. How exciting. Not wanting to waste any time, I enter the wizard's tower and speak with him. He introduces us to magical creatures called Junimos. They are the ones who put the golden scroll in the community center. The wizard teaches us how to read, speak, and understand their language. If we help the Junimos by giving them various items, then they will repair the community center for the town. And we will receive some fantastic rewards along the way. Before I do anything else, I want to complete a quest for Robin before I forget about it. I gather the 20 pieces of wood she wants and some more wood for myself and talk to Clinton to turn in a quest I accepted from him. Finally, the mythical prize ticket has been added to our inventory. I enter Lewis's house and interact with a lovely piece of machinery known as the prize machine. It takes my ticket off me and gives me 12 carrot seeds in return. The big prize in this machine, however, is the Stardrop tea. It doesn't appear often. I think 1 in every 6, 7, maybe 8 tickets will get us one. But you can give it to a villager to earn an entire heart of friendship with them, so it is quite a valuable item. I donate all 4 items needed for the spring foraging bundle along with a cave carrot to the exotic foraging bundle. A shad, catfish, sardine, bream and eel have all been donated to the fishing bundles too. I need to remember to bring the Manau and the goldfish here too. I didn't realize we needed them for the community center. I received 30 spring seeds for completing the spring foraging bundle, and truthfully I'm still trying to decide whether to plant them or to sell them. I'll give it some thought. It's back to the mines for the rest of the day. Like I mentioned, I'm using the automate mod, so our furnaces are constantly working away and producing bars while I'm going through the mines. All I have to do is put coal and copper ore into a chest directly beside the furnace. As much as I want to make a beeline for floor 40, I do stop as often as I can to defeat the bugs I come across. I'm aiming to replace my sword before I reach floor 40, preferably 30 if I can. A notification appears while I'm on floor 29 letting me know that I've completed a monster eradication goal. That would be the bug eradication goal. Beautiful stuff. The insect head has officially been unlocked. All I have to do now is defeat 10 green slimes here, and then I can enter the Adventurers Guild and pick up my new weapon. Day 7 is here, which means we are already finishing up our first week here on the farm. I'm really enjoying this so far. I'm feeling pretty optimistic about the next 3 weeks. I defeat a couple of green slimes, unlocking access to the Adventurers Guild. I can't go in there right now though, as the place opens up at 12 o'clock I believe, and it's not even 10 AM right now. Instead, I go all in on the mines. I feel like I've built up an immunity to these dark floors. At one point I hated going through these levels, but now I can get through them in like 3 or 4 minutes at the very most. I think what it is my brain working overtime because it doesn't want to be stuck here for any longer than it has to be. Now that we've reached floor 40, we have access to iron ore. This ore can be smelted into iron bars, which will be a very important resource going forward. I enter the Adventurers Guild and I claim my beloved insect head. It's kind of funny to look back on this weapon and how it was before the 1.6 update. I don't think I used it a single time before then, it just wasn't very good, and that's downplaying it. You could do more damage to a monster by breathing near it than by using the insect head. And then the 1.6 update was released, and with it came a massive buff for the insect head. And now it is my undisputed favorite weapon to use in the mines. Every floor up to, I would say, floor 80 becomes a walk in the park, in terms of the monsters I mean. It is especially valuable for us right now as we still only have a basic pickaxe. I should upgrade that to copper soon now that I think about it. I make it to floor 55 and I call it a day. Day 8 begins with regret. You see, 4 villagers want a parsnip. If I had just bought a few of those seeds, that would have been 4 very, very, very easy jobs to complete, along with a nice bit of money, and friendship points, and a prize ticket. Let's not dwell on that for too long though, let's focus on the positives. I donate several doohickeys to the museum and receive both cauliflower and melon seeds as a reward. I have Clinton crack open my geodes and make even more donations to the museum. A starfruit seed has been acquired. We can only plant this during summer, and it's the same story with the melon seeds, but I mean still, it's nice to have them. I donate a yam to the fall crops bundle, shout out to the mines for helping me do that one, and a winter root to the winter foraging bundle. I'm making a very conscious effort to work on all of my skills. I'd like to reach level 10 in fishing, farming, foraging, mining and combat by the time we reach day 80 we'll say? So around the end of fall. Foraging runs are going to have to be a daily occurrence if we want to achieve that. In other news, William was here on my farm when I got back. He recommends that we go fishing at Shearwater Bridge as the fish there can be sold for a few hundred gold each. That is not a bad idea at all, thank you William. But first I donate a sunfish, a bullhead, a carp and a tadpole. Then I venture over to Shearwater Bridge. I spy some bubbles, so I cast my rod into that spot. The first fish that pops up embarrasses me, like, yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, I got demolished by that fish. I recover from this as quickly as I can and I catch a butterfish. The remainder of the day is spent fishing here. A beautiful sight greets me when I leave my house on the morning of day 9. The strawberries have fully grown and are ready for harvest. This is obviously great news, but now we have a choice to make. Do we sell them for money or do we use them for energy? I want both. Yeah, I want money and easy energy. Why must this game force such a cruel dilemma upon me? My heart is telling me to use them for energy, but my head is telling me to sell them. I do something I don't usually do, and I listen to my head. With over 3,000 gold at our disposal, I ask Clinton to crack open some geodes, donate some bits and bobs to the museum, and ask Clinton to upgrade my pickaxe. I give an earth crystal to Elliot. I'm not sure why I'm highlighting him in particular, it's just sort of happening that way. The mailbox on the farm is being used to send gifts to a lot of other people. I just happen to have an item he likes on me every single time I bump into him. I have the shoplifter mod installed, and I may have considered stealing from William, but only for a split second. I promise I wasn't actually going to do it. I would never steal from him. Unless he had something valuable in his shop for me to steal, then I mean, yeah, maybe. I throw some fishy wishies into the shipping bin, pick up my furnaces in the mines, and do a bit of landscaping, shall we say, back on the farm. With a lot more space available for me to work with, I plant all of the crops that I've picked up during the last few days. I've also moved my furnaces to a spot just beside the house. Day 10 is a rainy day, and I couldn't be any happier about that because it means I don't have to water around 100 crops this morning. I cast my fishing rod at Morris. I don't have a reason for doing this, I just felt like it. Moving on quickly now, I enter Georgia Mart, where Claire seems to be very much struggling to stay awake. It's 10 in the morning, which makes me believe she pulled an all-nighter. That's going to be me staying up all night to watch WrestleMania. I'm excited. I'm very, very excited to watch it. But it begins at midnight and it ends at like 4 in the morning, which is not ideal. But I shall persevere and watch it anyway. I spend all of my money on potato seeds and do a bit of fishing at Shearwater Bridge once again. I find the Jewels of the Sea book in a treasure chest. Reading this book allows me to find fish roe in treasure chests. So let's say, for example, we hook a butterfish and we catch a chest while catching that butterfish. We could find butterfish roe inside that chest. I'm mainly going after catfish here, which I won't complain about as I can sell them along with a few shad to William. I buy 10 cucumber and parsnip seeds, 5 cauliflower, tulip and blue jazz seeds, and 16 kale seeds. Then I buy 1 more parsnip seed. The happiness and excitement of purchasing all of these seeds can only be matched by the disappointment in realizing that they will all have to be watered tomorrow. But that is a bridge that I shall cross when I get to it. For now, I'm just going to bask in the feeling of complete and utter serenity I am experiencing as I plant all of the seeds I bought today. Field Snacks provided me with quite a helping hand here as they gave me all of the energy I need to plant everything. I craft and place many wood pathways on the farm in order to try to spruce up the place. I don't think it worked. I'm not sure how I feel about this look. It is my birthday on day 11. I think I have to talk to villagers and they might give me a birthday gift. I hope I get some cool stuff, like, I don't know, maybe 40 iridium sprinklers, maybe, please? I read 3 letters, all of which are interesting for different reasons. Clinton has returned our copper pickaxe, thank you. Mother has sent us 500 gold, and Robin has lost her axe and would appreciate it if we can find it and return it to her. In other news, I am proud to announce that I have watered all of my seeds. It took a lot of time and I ate a lot of food, but I did it. I can't wait to never do this again until tomorrow morning. Like a bakery that has just ran out of ingredients, I need dough, and a lot of it. So I toss a few items into the shipping bin. I grab my furnaces and a chest and return to what I truly consider to be my happy place, or at least one of them, the mines. I steamroll my way through this place. Or at least I go as far as I can before my complete lack of energy stops me in my tracks. I go to bed earlier than usual, feeling content with how today went. Then I realize I didn't talk to a single person today and did not receive a single birthday present. How sad. Carrots and strawberries are ready for harvest on day 12. I'm absolutely going to hold on to at least a portion of these to use as energy. I meet Mayor Lewis up in the mountain area. A big boulder is blocking the entrance to the far north of the map. A villager named Susan lives in the area behind this boulder, so she has essentially been cut off from the rest of the town. The Georgia Corporation was supposed to get rid of the boulder, but they're kinda dilly-dallying. How rude of them. It is back to the mines where I find the master slingshot in a chest on floor 70. I reach floor 75, then floor 80. Gold ore can now be acquired. Well, we've been able to get gold ore this entire time, it just spawns in a lot more frequently now.
I have officially found my groove, so I keep going. Gold ore, fire quartz, diamonds, and so many other valuable items are being found here. The Egg Festival takes place on day 13. As much as I want to attend that festival and especially take part in the egg hunt and win the straw hat, I shan't be doing that. I have made it my mission to reach floor 120 here, aka the bottom of this perilous cavern. While it is sad that I will not be able to wear the mystical straw hat, that misery is subsided by the collection of copious amounts of gold ore. Furthermore, I opened a chest on floor 100 and obtained my very first star drop. We have received a permanent boost to our energy. I spend a teeny tiny bit of time collecting iron ore before using a warp totem to get back to the farm. I left my farm without watering any of my seeds this morning. That is a choice that I'm now paying for, as I have to water all of them completely in the dark. Level 5 in mining has been reached. Sensational. I give a carrot to Marlin as I make my way to the mines on day 14. Then I enter the mines and do my absolute best to make it to floor 120 before the day is over. I've truly dedicated a substantial amount of time to the mines ever since they opened on day 5, so I think it's time we complete this area, so to speak. I'll still be coming here to get, copper, iron and gold ore, things like that, but I just want to be able to say that I've reached floor 120 in here. I find the steel falchion in a chest on floor 110, I will take that, thank you. Using a combination of this weapon, the copper pickaxe, strawberries, carrots and sheer willpower, I reached the very bottom of the mines. I open up the chest inside here and find the skull key. This is an item that we shall be using at some point. I don't know when exactly, it all depends on how soon we're able to reach the desert. Truthfully, I don't think I'll be able to do that before spring ends at the very earliest. I return to the farm and send my axe to Clinton along with 5 copper bars so he can upgrade it. The mail services mod is super handy. I feel like it's going to join the automate mod in the category of mods I simply cannot play the game without. Once again, I must water my seeds before going to sleep. I've learned my lesson, and so day 15 begins with the watering of the crops on the farm. I know, I'm proud of myself too. Moving on to a more light-hearted piece of news, Dusty the dog was very happy to see us this morning. That was a nice pick-me-up after the 5 minutes I spent watering crops this morning. Shane wants a coffee for a salad he is making. I can actually do that one. I can buy a coffee in the saloon and give it... Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Hang on. What does he mean he needs a coffee for a salad he's making? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I want to help him with this one. I mean, I will because I want the money and the friendship points. But still, that worries me. I'm concerned about him now. I donate a clam, a cockle, an oyster, a mussel, and a crab to fully complete the crab pot bundle. I am given 3 crab pots as a reward, and the boiler room has just been unlocked. Wasting no time at all, I donate everything that is needed for this one. The minecart system in the town will be repaired tonight. And on top of that, the vault room and bulletin board bundles have also been unlocked, meaning every single bundle is now available to us. I donate a bottle of wine, a frozen geode, and a red mushroom to the bulletin board. I donate a cauliflower and a parsnip, then I permanently borrow an energy tonic from Harvey. Speaking of Harvey, fun fact for you, I'm banned from his clinic. You see, a few days ago I went to him for a checkup, and he did the usual thing, he ran a test and he showed me the results, and he said to me, "Your tonsils they're not looking good, we need to take them out." And so I looked at him, and I said, "Sure thing, Harvey, why don't you come over here and take them from me?" Guess what I still have? That's right, my tonsils. And a lifetime ban from his clinic, like I mentioned. I bump into a fellow named Andy in the big forest. He highly recommends foraging here, as there are some valuable items that can be found in this location. That is exactly what I'm going to spend the remainder of the night doing. Foraging. I bump into Shane before I head back home. He offers me a cold one. I'm going to assume it's a cold can of cherry Pepsi, which I will very happily accept. I find Robin's axe in the forest, and the Junum was repair the minecarts overnight. Clinton has mailed our copper axe back to us on day 16. I harvest a grand total of 2 strawberries along with plenty of kale and potatoes and a tulip. I make 50 spring seeds which are planted. Robin will give us over 2,000 gold and a prize ticket in exchange for a diamond. That is an offer I cannot refuse. I enter the shop just in time to watch Morris walk in. He starts handing out discounts for the local Georgia Mart he's in charge of. an entire 50% discount. That is so just unbelievably rude and underhanded and vile. How dare he come in here and steal all of the customers, and can I possibly get one of those discounts too, please? I sell a bunch of items, but I keep hold of the mushrooms and strawberries for community center and energy purposes. Back on the farm, Demetrius has shown up. You know the drill. We have a choice to make. We can either have different fruit spawn in a cave on our farm, or we can have mushrooms appear in there instead. I go with the mushrooms. I once again send my axe to Clinton to have it upgraded and explore the area our greenhouse is located in. There's grass and boulders and trees all over the place. I want nothing more than to clean up this entire place, but I am a busy bee. I simply do not have the time today. I donate an emerald, a fire quartz and a diamond to the museum and the following items to the community center. An aquamarine, a chub, a purple mushroom, a ghost fish, a red mushroom, another purple mushroom, a crystal fruit, a common mushroom, stone, and clay. I give a diamond to Robin as she asked for and spend all of my money on mixed seeds. 49 of them to be exact. I trade my ticket for an orange tree sapling, have Clinton crack open various geodes and donate even more items. I sold a few bits and bobs to Clinton, so I used that money to buy 9 more seeds. Then I sell more items to Pierre and buy 2 potato seeds, 100 parsnip seeds, and 9 more mixed seeds. I was all over the place here. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but I'm happy with the result. You know, I'm happy with everything that I bought. I have some rather unfortunate news to end the day with. I sadly have to water all of my crops. I need a pick-me-up, and that is exactly what I get when I go to sleep. The game notifies me that I can now find mystery boxes. Strawberries and spring forage are ready to collect on day 17, along with a few tulips and potatoes. I make 70 spring seeds, harvest kale, and plant more parsnip seeds. We could do with some more money, so I tossed the majority of the crops I have into the shipping bin. I would have sold them to Pierre, but he doesn't want to work on Wednesdays. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's very understandable, but it's also an inconvenience at the best of times. I do a bit of fishing at the beach before turning my attention to the river in town. Later in the day, I donate a starfish to the ocean fish bundle and a potato to the spring crops bundle. I follow that up with a fishing expedition up in the mountain area. I wanted to catch a frog for the community center, and I did, so you know, that was nice. I spend the majority of the night fishing here. I ran into Sebastian while I was on my way to the community center, so I decided to give him a frog. It turns out he loves them, which is good to know because I have more frogs than I know what to do with. Speaking of which, I donate 1 to the community center before tossing most of my inventory into the shipping bin. I made almost 10,000 gold. Not too shabby. Clinton has finished upgrading her axe for the second time on day 18, and a lot of crops are ready for harvest. What a wonderful way to begin the day. I take my new axe for a test drive and I chop down a few trees. This right here is like giving my brain a massage. The feeling I get when I chop down trees with the steel axe is legitimately soothing in a whole different way. I buy 100 wood from Robin and ask her to add a coop to the farm. Her shop has also been expanded thanks to the Everyone Sells Everything mod. I can buy things like kegs, heavy tappers, seed makers, and so many more items from her. They are all rather expensive though, so it might be a while before I buy any of them. And now, finally, 31 quality sprinklers have been made. This is absolutely the best moment that has happened in this entire playthrough so far. I cannot even begin to describe how much of an absolute relief this is. I set a goal for myself to make 40 quality sprinklers before spring ends, so making 31 of them right now is, well, it feels good. I don't have enough sprinklers to cover every crop that I have planted, and I thought I would be okay with that, but now I just want to make even more sprinklers and cover the entire field of crops. Especially as I'm adding to that field right now with even more parsnip and spring seeds. But yeah, today has been a phenomenal day, and I reached level 5 in foraging, so I choose the Forester perk. I am feeling 2 things on day 19. The first is pride. I am very, and I cannot stress this enough, very proud of how our farm looks. The second is the unrelenting desire to make 17 more sprinklers. And that will be done. Those sprinklers will be crafted in due time. Right now, I'm going to put my axe to good use and chop down some tree stumps. I finally have access to the apricot tree. I believe I need an apricot for the community center, so this is perfect. I head up to the greenhouse and go to the left side where I chop down some trees and break a few stones. I have found the cave that contains our mushrooms. Nice, I kinda sorta forgot about this, but hey, we found it, so now we can start collecting all of the items that are produced in here. Right, now we can focus on making more sprinklers. It's off to the mines where I collect iron ore and coal to begin with. Then I focus on gold ore instead. Just before the night ends, I make 7 quality sprinklers which I place on the farm. Wasting no time whatsoever, I make a beeline for the mines on day 20. I've got enough refined quartz and iron bars to make 11 sprinklers. I just need 6 more gold bars. After getting the ore I need, I let it smelt away in the furnace while I tend to my farming duties. I harvest a few parsnips and water the 81 seeds that aren't being watered by sprinklers. That evening, while I'm collecting more coal and ores in the mines, I make 11 sprinklers. Things are really going our way as I also find the Monster Compendium book. Monsters now have a small chance to drop double the loot they usually drop. I place the sprinklers I made and breathe a sigh of relief. Every single crop on the farm will now be watered automatically each and every morning. With all of that taken care of, I finally feel comfortable sending my pickaxe to Clinton so he can upgrade it. And that is it for today. Strawberries and parsnips are harvested on day 21, and I see that our coop has been built. You know, it's dawned on me that spring is really just a preparation season for me. It's difficult to describe, but my main goal, above making money or substantial progress in the community center, is to just get the farm set up. That's why I wanted to make 40 quality sprinklers. I think I have 49 right now, which is even better than I expected. We have a coop, and I just asked Robin to add a silo to the farm. We've got an iron axe, and our pickaxe is being upgraded to iron quality. I suppose the final thing I really want to achieve is to ask Robin to add a barn to the farm. That, for me at least, is a successful spring. Anyway, I meet Leah outside the museum. She is growing some green beans in the community garden. She offers me one which I gratefully accept. It tastes pretty good. She gives me another one which the game adds to my inventory. I donate it to the community center along with an apricot and hardwood. Lewis wants a parsnip and so does Jody. Jody was standing right behind me when I accepted the quest, so I very quickly give her one. I love it when that happens. I sell a few items, give a parsnip to Lewis, and almost, but not quite, steal some bread from the saloon. I can't do it. Gustavo, to put it simply, is a good person. I can't justify stealing something from him. I crack open some geodes, donate artifacts and minerals to the museum, and visit Fairhaven Farm. It is located in the forest and is owned by Andy. I have a nice conversation with him about farming in which he tells me that he'll send me some strawberry seeds in the mail soon. How kind of him. Like, unironically, that is the nicest thing that anyone has done for me so far. I've decided to ask Marnie to add some chickens to her new coop. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mick, Madge, Janice, and Mel. Marnie's shop looks like it hasn't been affected by the Everyone Sells Everything mod. She's still selling the essentials though, like a heater, a milk pail, and hay. I chopped down the tree log beside the travelling cart. We now have access to the secret woods. This place has been changed by the Stardew Valley Expanded mod, and it's a pretty big change. It's a much bigger area now. I find a rare seed. Neat, I can plant this during fall. I do a bit of fishing and I catch a wood skip and a grass carp. I need the wood skip for the community center, so I wanted to get that done as soon as possible. Finally, I chop down a log which allows me to enter the big forest from this area. Andy is here on day 22. He warns me about the crows that are flying around the place. He doesn't want me to lose any of the crops that are growing here on the farm. You know what? I think Andy might just be my favorite character added by the Stardew Valley Expanded mod so far. I mean, look at this. He even gave me 3 strawberry seeds. Speaking of crops, strawberries, tulips, cucumber, kale, and potatoes are all harvested today, with a large portion of them being thrown into the shipping bin. I accidentally send Robin's axe back to her through the mailbox. I was trying to send strawberries to people, but because Robin's axe was in my inventory, it completed the quest Robin gave me to return her axe to her. It has taken me 22 days, but I have finally made a scarecrow. I apologize to you all for taking this long to do so. A cucumber has been donated, which means the spring crops bundle has been completed. I received 20 speed grow as a reward, which I may end up using during summer. Maybe. I pay a visit to Sophia. She gives me a quality sprinkler. This is perfect. Absolutely phenomenal stuff right here. We can also buy sprinklers from her, which means both her and Pierre are selling sprinklers. That's good to know. I do a bit of fishing south of her farm. Demetrius would like me to catch 4 herring. I want to get this done as I will get a prize ticket for completing it. It takes a solid couple of minutes, but I get all 4 herring I need. All I have to do now is talk to Demetrius and I shall receive my ticket. Upon entering the forest, I encounter the wizard. He drops a bit of lore about Stardew Valley. Because he is the resident magician or wizard, it is his responsibility to keep Pelican Town and the Valley of Stardew safe. He has put a massive magical barrier around the area to keep all of the monsters out. He also tells us about Camilla. She is a witch who resides in a place called Castle Village. She is in control of the largest magical barrier in the world. Back on the farm, I chopped down enough trees to get the 25 wood Robin asked me to get. That's the good news. The bad news is I can't turn in the quest because she's too busy adding a silo to the farm. I spend the rest of the day chopping down trees. I pause for a moment to send a diamond to Andy before returning to my role as a lumberjack. I clear out the remaining boulders and trees on the right side of the farm on the morning of day 23. I've also literally just noticed a minecart over here. I can't use it though. I destroyed a boulder up here and it revealed the entrance to a secret cave. I found iron ore, copper ore and geodes inside here. I harvest a bunch of crops and forage, make 40 spring seeds and toss some things into the shipping bin, including all of the spring seeds I made. We should get a hefty payday from all of this. I buy some bait from William, followed by some more bait, followed by even more bait. I place 2 crab pots here at the beach and toss bait into a chest beside them. The automate mod will work its magic on these. I utilize 300 pieces of wood to repair the broken bridge, unlocking a new area. Sea urchin and coral can be found here, 2 items which I will try to grab as often as I can. I place another crab pot in town, again putting a chest with bait beside it. I trade my ticket for 15 flower seeds. If you plant these seeds, then flowers from the season you're in will grow. So, for example, if we were to plant them right now, they would turn into tulips and blue jazz. I talk to Robin to complete one quest and talk to Demetrius to complete another quest. I spend the remainder of the day fishing. Mayor Lewis has sent us 500 gold on day 24. I will not be bribed into liking you, Lewis. I still believe, and I will always believe, that you are nothing more than a grade A top-class rapscallion of the worst nature. I say good morning to my chickens. I am pleased to announce that they seem to be doing very well here on the farm. I have accidentally chopped down a persimmon tree. Oops, I'll have to plant that again. We need a persimmon for the community center. The flower festival is today, which means 2 things. Number 1, I buy the tub of flowers crafting recipe and a rare crow. And number 2, I shall not be dancing with anybody. I'm far too busy just thinking about making even more quality sprinklers in the future. The crops on the farm are now safey wafy from the crows. Mayor Lewis is here on the farm once again on day 25. I am seeing a lot more of Lewis than I would like to. I harvest and then plant some coffee beans. Eventually I want to be able to have a never-ending supply of coffee for the speed boost they give. It will likely be some time before I get to that point though. I spend the morning clearing out multiple sections on the farm, then I have Robin add a pond to the farm. I'm still going to try to buy a barn before the end of day 28. But I have just had an idea. It requires fishing, and a lot of fishing, as I would like to bump my fishing level up to at least level 9, if not level 10. With that in mind, the rest of the day is spent fishing. I plant more coffee beans, check on my chickens, and pick up a few eggs on the morning of day 26. I harvest all of the spring forage that has grown and make a total of 160 new spring seeds. I'm holding on to a few of the actual spring forage items, just in case I need them for a quest in the future. I crack open a few geodes and make a few donations to the museum. We have donated a total of 40 items. Well done us. A rare crow has just been obtained. Harvey and Demetrius both want a parsnip. I love it when this happens. As in when 2 people want the same item. I run into William in the forest. He tells me about the king salmon he caught while fishing in the big forest. This is similar to the cutscene in which he told us about the shearwater bridge fish. I do a bit of fishing in the area William just told us about. I catch a pike. In vanilla Stardew, I don't think you can catch this fish during spring. It starts appearing during summer. And the same goes for the dorado, I believe. Honestly, I wish there were more areas like this that allowed you to catch fish early. It was a bit of a challenge, but the king salmon has been caught and compromised to a permanent end. I chop down a few trees, use a warp totem to teleport to the mountains and enter the community center. A largemouth bass, a wood skip, a king salmon and 499 pieces of wood have all been donated. Level 9 in fishing has been achieved. It is Emily's birthday on day 27, so I sent her an emerald. A parsnip has also been sent to both Harvey and Demetrius. Now that we're approaching the end of spring, I feel like I should sort of dial back how much I talk about certain things. This includes planting and harvesting seeds. I think I'll only do this if I'm buying seeds at the beginning of a new season. Or if I'm planting and harvesting important crops, or crops I haven't used in the playthrough so far. Selling a few items and earning, we'll say, below 10,000 gold, I don't think I need to mention that anymore. I will talk about the big sales though. In terms of accepting jobs from the bulletin board, turning in a quest, and sending gifts to a villager, I might mention them here and there, but I'm very likely only going to mention these things when I receive a prize ticket or a lot of money or when it's someone's birthday. I think that covers the more repetitive topics, so let's get back to the gameplay. The legend appears while I'm fishing up in the mountain area and it completely destroys me. Yeah, that was not ideal. I'm going to try not to let that happen again. Unfortunately, I did let it happen again as it showed up for the second time and embarrassed me even further. Third time is the charm, however, as I successfully catch it when it pops up for the third time. I toss it into the pond and place a chest beside the pond. The row that it produces will automatically be placed into the chest thanks to the automate mod. If I make a preserves jar, I can place that beside the chest and we'll be able to make aged legend row. I think that stuff sells for around 5,000 gold each. I spend the rest of the day chopping down trees. I have found a cherry tree. This farm right here, the Frontier Farm, just became my favorite. Day 28 is here and I have made a preserves jar. Our bank account will be receiving a nice boost every time we collect the row it produces. I chop down even more trees and ask Robin to add a barn to the farm. And that was the final thing I wanted to get done before spring came to an end. Marlin has officially invited me to join the Adventurers Guild. I gotta say, I am really happy with how these last 28 days have gone. I genuinely cannot wait to see what happens during the rest of this journey. I craft a cookout kit and use it to cook a fried egg. I entered the big forest with the goal of finding a 4-leaf clover. Thankfully, it doesn't take long at all to get my hands on one. I use a warp totem to get to the mountains and hippity hop my way to the community center. The 4-leaf clover, a sea urchin, a fried egg, a goldfish and a minnow have all been handed over. And that is it for spring. Marlin is here on day 29. He tells us to pop into the Adventurers Guild as Gil would like to speak to us about something. How mysterious. The orange tree near the coop has started producing, well, oranges, so I grab one. I donate a fiddlehead fern, the orange, a piece of cloth, and a grape. A little kerfuffle is occurring in the town centre. Andy is tremendously upset about something. He mentions he can barely afford to keep his farm running as it is, so that makes me think new taxes are being introduced. He is very against these taxes. Yeah, I'm with Andy on this one. Honestly, I wish taxes were just a meme. Mayor Lewis confirms that the Ferngul government is indeed introducing new regulations. Listen, if they've got a problem with farmers, then they've got a problem with me, and I suggest they let that one marinate. I consider spending all of my money on blueberry seeds, but I opted for mixed seeds instead. 147 of them to be exact. I doubt we'll make as much money from them as we would have made from blueberry or melon seeds, but I'm alright with that. I plant and water all of my seeds, then I do a bit of foraging inside the secret woods. Fiddlehead ferns, 4-leaf clovers, mushrooms are all added to our inventory. I also find red baneberry. I do even more foraging in the big forest before heading to the community center for the second time today. I donate a spiceberry, a sweet pea, and a red baneberry to complete the summer foraging bundle. The 30 summer seeds I received for doing this are all planted and watered. One more thing before the day ends. The nectarine tree has started producing nectarine. Day 30 begins with a visit from Emily. She tells us all about how we can use cloth to make different types of clothing. All we need is a sewing machine, and she is very kindly allowing us to use the one inside our house. I don't think I will ever actually use it, but I appreciate this all the same. Salal berries and a Georgia veggie have been acquired for the first time in this playthrough. The Joja veggie is worth like 1000 gold, I believe, but what I really want to focus on here is the salal berries. This crop is my absolute favorite thing to use for energy. They also function the same as strawberry seeds in the sense that you can harvest salal berries from a salal berry seed multiple times. The sooner I make a seed maker, the better, as I really want to have a bunch of these growing here on the farm. I check on the mushroom cave. We've already got more than 30 mushrooms inside the chest here. The sale of these, along with a few other items, should give our bank account a nice little boost. I donate a nectarine and a poison mushroom, then I pay a visit to Clinton. I have him crack open mystery boxes and geodes, which results in me getting a beach warp totem and a farm warp totem. Unfortunately, the geodes only give me items that I've already donated to the museum. I check out the clearance bin inside Joja Mart. You know, I was expecting the items that are being sold here to be, like, at least not expensive, maybe not necessarily cheap, but not the price they are. It is a clearance bin after all. But most of the things inside here have been too expensive to justify buying. I mean, look at this. I would feel like I had been properly swindled if I paid 180 gold for a single corn seed. I use all of my money to buy 98 butternut squash seeds. I need one of these for the community center, along with another 5 gold star versions of this crop for the community center too. And I would imagine they sell for a decent amount of gold, considering they take 12 days to grow, which I believe is the same length of time it takes for a melon to grow. I plant and water all of them before teleporting to the beach. As it is summer, we have the opportunity to catch some new fish that we didn't see during spring. And in general, fishing during summer can be very, very profitable. So the remainder of the day is spent fishing here at the beach. Susan is here on day 31. The boulder up in the north has finally been removed, which means she is once again able to come into town. I enter the little cave on the farm and I collect some iron ore, copper ore, and a frozen geode. This isn't a bad place. I really should come in here more often. I spend a bit of time in the mines, defeating monsters and collecting copper ore and stone. The controversy surrounding the big boulder that was removed last night has only grown stronger, it seems. Mira Lewis and Morris are having a heated conversation about the whole thing. Apparently Robin's house was struck by debris when the boulder was removed last night, and Susan wasn't even told about it being removed until the very last second. Also, as if it couldn't get any worse, apparently Joja has been dumping their trash into the river here in town, which of course is a big deal and should not be happening. What does Morris have to say about these very legitimate and very serious concerns? Well, of course he pulls out a very corporate response and basically says, yeah, well, I don't care because we're not doing anything illegal. You know what I think? Now just bear with me here, I think that we should have the option to slide tackle Morris during this cutscene. I receive a prize ticket from Robin and I trade 3 tickets for 3 mystery boxes, a star drop tea, and a new bed. A rainbow shell has been acquired at the beach. I don't know why, but I always get excited when I find these things. Bubbles have appeared at the beach, so you already know I had to partake in some fishing shenanigans. And by some, I mean a lot, as even more bubbles appeared in a different spot later in the day. At around 11 PM, I believe it is time for us to catch our second legendary fish, the crimson fish. I cast my rod into the water. The crimson fish appears, and it absolutely destroys me. I catch as many other fish as I can, mainly super cucumber, to cheer myself up. But I would be lying if I said that my encounter with the crimson fish wasn't incredibly humbling. Nevertheless, I know what to expect now. There is no way I will be defeated by this fish again. Right, bad news, I was in fact defeated by this fish again. I don't remember the crimson fish ever being this difficult to catch. Have I just lost my touch? Is that what's happened here? This isn't the best way to end the day, but we'll bounce back. Somehow, some way, I will catch this fish. Day 32 begins with a realization. I need to catch a sturgeon for the community center. I, surprisingly enough, end up catching it first try at the mountain lake. Alright, well, I wasn't expecting it to be that easy, but I mean, okay, I'll take it. I certainly won't complain about this. Bubbles have once again appeared at the beach. Unfortunately, they disappear as quickly as they showed up. Just like the sturgeon, I also have to get my hands on a puffer fish. It takes significantly more time for this fish to show up than the sturgeon, but eventually it does, and I'm able to catch it with no hassle. I spend all of my money on bait, and while I'm here, I might as well see what William has to offer us. He is now selling what looks like every single fish that is needed for the community center, at least vanilla Stardew Valley Community Center.
That's kind of funny, actually. The Everyone Sells Everything mod lets you buy everything you need for every fishing bundle. I won't be buying them, but that's good to know. The fish smoker crafting recipe, I've made the realization that I can't say the word smoker properly if it's beside the word fish. It just isn't possible for me to do. The smoker crafting recipe did catch my eye though, I will say. I am going to save up enough money to buy that crafting recipe, make 3 or 4 smokers, and then smoke as many fish as I can get my hands on. The bubbles are being extraordinarily kind to me. Believe me when I say I truly do appreciate how often they have been popping up here at the beach during the last 2 days. The remainder of the day is spent fishing. I hit level 10 in fishing, which means fish are now worth 50% more gold. A green mist has descended upon the valley on day 33. I cannot stress how much I love this weather. It is so immensely satisfying clearing away all of the weeds and getting moss and fiber and seeds. I can't get too carried away with excitement though, as I do have chickens to look after. When they have been taken care of, I then resume my escapades, clearing away all of the weeds in the forest. I chop down a green tree thing to get fiddlehead fern, then I use the moss I've collected to make deluxe bait. There are so many trees here that it looked like something out of a horror movie. I do a teeny bit of fishing, collect more moss and fiber, and complete a quest or 2 or 3 to get a prize ticket. The remainder of the day is spent collecting copious amounts of fiber, moss, and mixed seeds. Hot peppers, wheat, and hay have just been harvested on day 34. And we're only just getting started as we have just collected our first jar of aged Legend Row 2. As if it couldn't get any better, I have found a big brown egg inside the coop. What an absolutely marvellous morning. I enter Marnie's house, give her a cave carrot, and buy 5 pieces of hay from her. I send a parsnip to Lewis to earn yet another ticket and trade both of them for 4 preserve jars and a pomegranate tree sapling. I sell the Legend Row for a delicious 5,000 gold, then I decide to sell the pomegranate sapling too. Considering how many fruit tree saplings are already growing on the farm, I'm willing to bet that a pomegranate tree is in there somewhere. If it isn't, then yeah, that's going to be an issue in the future, but I feel confident in assuming that there is one. I do a bit of fishing on Sheerwater Bridge where I discover something a bit interesting. A new legendary fish can be caught here. Unsurprisingly, I was not able to catch it and I left the area shortly afterwards. I was not expecting that, dare I even say it left me feeling perplexed. I am in dire need of a pick-me-up, so I ask Robin to add a second pond to the farm. The crimson fish will be tossed into this pond. That is, if I can actually, catch the crimson fish. It wasn't even close the last time I attempted to, but hopefully things will be different the next time we try. I donate a butterfish, a pufferfish, a red snapper, a tilapia, a tuna, and a sturgeon along with 10 pieces of wheat, 10 pieces of hay, an egg, and a hot pepper. Donating such a large quantity of items has given me quite the motivational boost, and so I head to the beach, cast my rod into the water, and once again fail to catch the crimson fish. I even ate escargot to get a +2 boost to our fishing level. I was beginning to very strongly doubt my fishing abilities when out of nowhere I managed to catch it. I don't know how I did it, but it's done. More than anything else, I just feel relief right now. I was legitimately terrified it would take me the entirety of summer to catch that one. I continue fishing for the rest of the day. I place 4 more preserve jars beside the pond on day 35. I collect a big white egg from the coop and I also leave out some hay for the chickens. I should clarify, I only do this on rainy days because the chickens can leave the coop and eat the grass outside on sunny days. I need cave jelly in order to make smokers. I mean, I haven't actually bought the crafting recipe for the smoker yet, but I figure I should just get the jelly anyway. It also gives me the chance to catch lava eels. These are very valuable fish. If we smoke just one of these, it will sell for over 3,000 gold, I'm pretty sure. By the time I leave the mines, I've got 4 cave jelly and 3 lava eels. To say I am satisfied with this would be a massive understatement. I am over the moon if you couldn't tell from the absolute sheer excitement in my voice. That being said, if we even want to use the smokers, we will need coal, and a lot of it. So I head back into the mines for the rest of the day. Multiple new crappie whoppies have been harvested on day 36. Nothing too exciting, but we do need some of them for the community center. Summer forage has also been harvested and turned into 60 summer seeds. I'm still determined to reach level 10 in all skills by, we'll say, day 80 at the latest, so planting and harvesting these is a necessity.
I toss the crimson fish into the pond. The roe it produces alongside the legend roe may end up being a nice moneymaker for us. We shall see. I've got enough hardwood, cave, river and sea jelly to make 4 smokers, so after a quick visit to Clinton and Pierre, I buy the crafting recipe for this wonderful piece of machinery. I plop all 4 down and I toss 3 lava eels into them. That right there is just under 10,000 gold secured. We've basically already made back the money we spent on the crafting recipe. When the lava eels have been smoked, I decide to bring my smokers back to the farm. I place a chest beside them and load that chest with coal and the many fish I have caught since summer began, and I let it do its thing. I've got over 50 mixed seeds, so I plant these. Best case scenario, we get some more salal berries from them. Once again, the remainder of the day is spent fishing at the beach. A grand total of 41,000 gold was made from the smoked fish I tossed into the shipping bin, along with 3 normal super cucumber and 6 flounder that I accidentally threw in too. Oops. Gustavo has paid us a visit on the morning of day 37. He had me feeling a bit nervous for a moment with what he was saying, talking about how, when a new person shows up in Pelican Town, nobody knows how it's going to go, and there's a good chance they won't get along with the villagers here. But then he does a complete 180 and says that isn't what's happened here at all. He's glad we moved here and is happy to see that we're getting along with the rest of the villagers. That was a bit of a scallywag maneuver there, Gus. I was about to start crying. He gives me the mini jukebox, an absolutely marvelous piece of technology. One thing that has always been difficult for me in Stardew Valley is selling anything other than fish. I always want to keep everything so I can give it to someone as a gift like I'm doing here with the peppers. I just can't help but feel like I'll need an item as soon as I've sold it. I replant the persimmon sapling I accidentally chopped down some time ago before selling 11,000 gold worth of items. We now have over 50,000 gold. I think that's the most amount of gold we've had on hand during this entire playthrough so far. That money doesn't last very long, however, as I've donated 42,500 gold in order to complete the vault room bundles. Our second room has been completed. Only 4 more left to go. A poppy, a sunflower and a big white egg have also been donated. I buy 50 coal, which shall be used for smoking purposes with fish, and I ask Clinton to break open some mystery boxes and geodes. Warp totems, life elixirs, golden pumpkins, mixed seeds are all added to our inventory. I continue working on the museum collection, then I remember that Gil wants to talk to me. I enter the Adventurers Guild and I find out that Gil is able to repair the minecart system on the farm. All he needs in return is 24 copper bars and 24 iron bars. That sounds like a lot, I won't lie, but I'll do it. Of course I'll do it, I want to have minecarts on my farm. I toss a jade into a crystallarium and I add coal to the chest beside the smokers. I have found a meteor on the far left side of the farm. As much as I want to, I can't break it right now as I need a golden pickaxe to do that. I was more than happy with having just an iron pickaxe this entire time, but now I really want to upgrade it so I can break that meteor and see what's in the area behind it. The Junimos repair the bus during the night, and we made over 21,000 gold. I send my pickaxe to Clinton on day 38. We should receive a beautiful golden pickaxe on day 40. Maru's birthday is today, so I send her a cauliflower. Yeah, at this point, the mail services mod is officially on the same level as the automate mod for me. Both of these mods make the game so much more enjoyable for me. I mean, the game is already a 10 out of 10 by itself, but these 2 mods bump it up to an 11 out of 10. It is time for us to make a tree farm. I plant 10 each of the 5 different saplings I have. Oak, pine, maple, birch and fir. The birch and the fir trees are new additions to the Stardew Valley Expanded mod, so I'm curious to see what they'll produce when I place tappers on them. Of course, we have to wait until they have fully grown before we can do that, so I've taken the liberty of sprinkling tree fertilizer on every sapling to speed up that process. In other news, I have asked Marnie to add some cows to the barn. Please give a warm welcome to Kenneth, Liam and Martin. I ask Robin to upgrade the coop, say hello to our new cows, and spend the rest of the day chopping down trees. The luau takes place on day 39. I toss a gold star cauliflower into the soup and socialize with the villagers. I really don't want to end up focusing specifically on improving my friendship with them in the future, so I'm doing my best to work on everyone's friendship as we progress through the early stages of the game. There's not much to be said about the rest of this day. Me adding the cauliflower to the soup got the best reaction from the governor, which means I earned some bonus friendship points with the villagers here. I have a bit of a soft spot for this festival, I must say. It's a nice break from the hustle and bustle of every other day. I have received my golden pickaxe on the morning of day 40. I donate a tomato, then I waste no time in getting rid of the meteor I spotted on the farm a couple of days ago. It drops iridium ore and a prismatic shard. I chop down the logs that were blocking the entrance to the old run-down shed, then I break a log that was in front of a tree. The tree has bags of money growing on it, so I guess it's a money tree? That's cool. I've placed a chest beside this tree so the bags of money will be deposited into it. I enter the shed and a short cutscene plays. My farmer just looks very confused, it's like he's never seen a shed before. I buy a bus ticket and I make my way to the desert for the first time. I grab some coconuts and cactus fruit as I make my way to the southern area of the desert. After around 20 or 30 seconds of walking, I reach my destination. I step into the middle of this thing and I exchange my prismatic shard for the galaxy sword. I'm feeling mighty confident thanks to my new weapon, golden pickaxe and salal berries. So confident in fact that I venture into the skull caverns. My goal here is simple. Reach floor 25. If I can do that, then I will receive 10,000 gold in the mail on day 42. Going through the Skull Caverinos is something that I've grown to love. Well, no, not love. That's a bit too much. I've grown to enjoy it, not love it. I used to be terrified of this place, but now I just find it fun. It's nice collecting dozens of copper, iron, gold, and iridium ore and finding a valuable item inside a treasure chest. I made over 6,000 gold from the sale of 3 money bags and 2 aged crimson fish roe. Robin is here on the morning of day 41. She is somehow aware that we went inside the shed yesterday and she wants us to accompany her to it. She's going to figure out if she can possibly repair it for us. It turns out, she can. She does need a few items before she can get started on it though. Before we find out what those items are, let's read a letter, shall we? Mr. Key has challenged us to make the floor 25 in the Skull Caverns. We already did that last night, so he will send us some money tomorrow. I grab my furnaces from the mines, donate a coconut and a cactus fruit, and visit Robin. She bestows 2 crafting recipes upon us. One for the flute block and one for the drum block. That was very kind of you, Robin, thank you. Following that, we talk about the shed. She needs 150 hardwood, 600 pieces of stone, 50 iron bars, and 20 battery packs. My goodness. I mean, I'm gonna get those things because I want that shed to be repaired, but that's going to be a lot of work. I'm not really looking forward to this. You know what? No. I'm not going to be pessimistic. I look forward to conquering this challenge. I buy 10 corn seeds and 25 melon seeds in Georgia Mart. I need 5 gold star corn and melons for the community center, hence me buying these. I spend the rest of my money on coal. I make more furnaces and I plop them down near the smokers. This area shall be our smelting station, for lack of a better term, until I get a shed in the future and more than likely move all of these machines inside there. For now, it's nice having everything close by the house. Once again, I spend the day in the Skull Caverns. I picked up a pair of genie shoes on the first floor, that is a good find. I return to the farm just before midnight and make 20 lightning rods and 4 quality sprinklers. I place the lightning rods down before going to sleep. Mr. Key has sent us 10,000 gold on the morning of day 42. I've just realized something. There's been a very big trend of me getting 10,000, 20,000, 30, 40, even 50,000 gold and then spending all of it within a day or two, sometimes even less time. I think it might be time for me to admit that it's literally impossible for me to save money in this game, at least before the end of the first year, if not like midway through year 2. Anyway, I make a seed maker and place it in our smelting station area. I toss salal berries into it so we can get started on growing what will hopefully become dozens of salal berry plants at a time. A joja berry has also been harvested. These are incredibly valuable. They sell for anywhere between 700 gold and 1,200 gold depending on the quality. On top of that, they function the same as strawberry and salal berry seeds. I've decided I won't be selling any joja berries for some time. They'll be going into the seed maker along with the salal berries. I place quality fertilizer down before planting corn and melon seeds on top of it. This should ensure that we get all 5 gold star melons and corn we need. I toss more salal berries into the seed maker and connect my lightning rods to a chest. for automated purposes, of course. I donate 5 gold star butternut squash, a blueberry, a melon, and a regular butternut squash, finishing off the summer crops bundle as I do. I grab my 44 salal berry seeds and a joja berry starter and plant them all. I've got some speed grow, so I sprinkle that on the salal berries, or some of them at least. Level 10 in farming has been achieved, so I choose the perk that allows crops to grow 10% faster. I also was able to make 75,000 gold today. Sensational. 5 gold star pieces of corn have been acquired on day 43, and I got all of these from mixed seeds. That's just another reason why I hold these seeds in such high regard. It really is a shame that they're not too useful without the remixed seeds mod, as you can only get certain crops from them in vanilla Stardew Valley. I ask Robin to upgrade the barn, and I buy around 1,500 pieces of wood from her. I trade a prize ticket for the Friendship 101 book. This will very slightly increase the amount of friendship points we earn with the villagers. I buy 150 pieces of coal and bust open some geodes. One of them contains a prismatic shard. I buy 200 copper ore, donate the prismatic shard along with a few other artifacts, and make 9 tappers. I only need copper bars and wood to make tappers, so they're not difficult to make or anything like that. But I am going to need 50 of them for all of the trees I planted on the farm. So that's 2,000 wood and 100 copper bars. Marnie isn't at home, so I consider stealing some hay. I don't though, I don't know why I installed the shoplifter mod. I can't actually bring myself to steal from these people. Or most of them at least. I place tappers on 9 of the 10 oak trees, and I check the chest that's linked to both the tree farm and the lightning rods. Currently we have 18 battery packs. So if I can get my hands on just 2 more, then I'll have all 20 I need for Robin to repair the shed. I make 28 more tappers and I place those on the trees. I have a hypothesis I want to test on day 44. I toss some money bags into the seed maker. Nothing happens. Yeah, I was hoping they would make money tree saplings. I wonder if you can even get money tree saplings, or if you're just stuck with the one money tree. Maybe we'll find out at some point in the future, who knows. I donate corn to the community center and I buy the birch syrup recipe from Pierre. I once again do not steal anything from Gustavo. It was tempting, I mean it's a free salad, but no, I couldn't do it. Instead I buy the second backpack upgrade. One more backpack upgrade remains. This wouldn't be the case under normal circumstances, but I have the bigger backpack mod installed. I buy more copper ore, and at this point I started to wonder why I didn't just go through the skull caverns or the mines to get the copper ore and need to make tappers. It would have saved me so much money. I make 8 tappers, which still is not enough to cover all of the trees. I need 5 more, just 5 more tappers, and then I can finally take it easy. I do the sensible thing for once, and I spend the remainder of the day in the mines collecting copper ore as opposed to buying it. Jody has sent us some quality fertilizer on day 45. That is a good start, and I keep the ball rolling by making 7 tappers. I collect 2 aged legend row and plop the tappers onto the 5 remaining trees. It feels really good to finally have that done and out of the way. I ask Marnie to add a goat and 2 ducks to the farm. Joyce, Noreen, and Matteo have all joined the family. But I'm not done. I buy 1 more duck before leaving. The Oracle has blessed the coop with its presence. I collect cactus fruit and coconuts in the desert before doing a bit of fishing in the pond here. I catch a sandfish and a scorpion carp. That second one can be very tricky at the best of times, so I'm very glad I was able to catch it. A smorgasbord of forage is waiting for me at the beach. Call me Solo Sequoia the way I'm taking it all. Actually, you know what, now that I've mentioned him, I want to talk a little about him at WrestleMania. I feel like Solo really does deserve a WrestleMania match. On the one hand, I want it to be him versus Jacob Fatu at WrestleMania, because it's going to be a fantastic match, but I also don't want that match to happen because it more than likely means Solo is getting kicked out of the bloodline. That's going to be so sad to watch. Anywhomst, I donate the sandfish, completing the specialty fish bundle. I bump into Linus outside his tent and he teaches me how to make wild bait. This is a bit of a thank you for me treating him with kindness. Wild bait, when attached to a fishing rod, gives you a chance to catch 2 of any fish you hook. That would have been very handy when I was in my fish smoking era, but I mean, who knows, maybe I'll go back to tossing fish into the smoker soon. I've just realized I haven't entered the north of the map yet. This area contains the bathhouse, Susan's farm, a graveyard, and most importantly, a boulder. It's blocking me from accessing the staircase behind it, so I will absolutely be doing my best to get rid of that boulder as soon as I can. Day 46 is spent exclusively in the Skull Caverns. I wasn't trying to make it really far down or get a bunch of ore. I'm just trying to get more and more used to being in here. I did end up getting a prismatic shard and a decent amount of the various ores and geodes. And I found a seafoam pudding in a treasure chest. Demetrius has received an item whose name I cannot pronounce for his birthday on day 47. Marlin and the wizard have also received a gift, not because it's their birthday, it's just because. I hand over the fourth and final dwarf scroll to Gunther and I unlock the translation guide. Clinton, ever the reliable person, cracks open some geodes for me. I think I was most excited about the 10 pieces of coal. I gave an amethyst to the dwarf and I talked to them for the first time. It doesn't look like they're selling anything new, but that's okay. Marlin has made a big decision. It is time for me to meet Krobus. They are a shadow person living in the sewer beneath Pelican Town. This is why I worked so hard on Marlin's friendship specifically. When you reach 5 hearts of friendship with him, he brings you to meet Krobus, as opposed to vanilla Stardew Valley where you receive the key to the sewer after donating 60 items to the museum. I donate a red cabbage to the community center, shout out to the remixed seeds mod for helping me with that one. I receive a prize ticket and I spend the rest of the day in the Skull Caverinos. I think it's time to expand our field of crops on day 48, and so I make 22 sprinklers and plop them down. I gallivant around the secret woods, gotta make sure I'm consistently gathering hardwood. From there I make my way into the forest where I join in on today's event, the Trout Derby. This is I would say it's a relaxing event. The entire goal is just to catch rainbow trout. Every trout has a chance to have a golden tag attached to it. You can trade these tags in for prizes. I put my fishing experience to good use and I remain here for the rest of the day. I trade 8 tags in for the following items: a tent kit, a diamond, a decoration for the house, deluxe bait, triple shot espressos, a quality sprinkler, farm warp totems, and omni geodes. I make 18 more sprinklers before the night is over. A beautiful field of summer forage greets me on day 49. After harvesting all of them, I make 370 seeds. This is rather good timing considering the sprinklers I placed here yesterday. Sophia saw me entering the sewer yesterday. She wants to know if that's why I am so stinky. Excuse me? I give a horseradish to Krobus and buy a void egg. I wanted to buy the star drop, but I am 9,000 gold short of being able to afford it. More fishing is on the agenda. I catch our 3rd legendary fish, the mutant carp. This one was nowhere near as bad as the crimson fish. Out of all of the fish I've caught so far, that one was definitely the most difficult. Even more so than the legend. In fact, I would say the legend was easy to catch compared to the crimson fish. I earn a prize ticket, and at this point I'm leaning towards not talking about receiving them anymore. Maybe I'll only talk about when I trade them in at Lewis's house. I toss a void egg into the incubator in the coop, and that is it for today. Pierre has sent us over 3,000 gold on day 50. I am incredibly sus of this. Apparently it's his way of, thanking us for being such a good customer and helping the community. I'm going to do something I don't do often. I'm going to take this at face value. Thank you for the money, Mr. Pierre the Platypus. Crimson Fish Roe has been produced. Yoink. I also grab an oak resin and a pine tar, say hello to the villagers in Pierre's shop, and trade a ticket for 12 bombs. I give an amethyst to the dwarf for their birthday, and I ask Robin to upgrade the barn for the 2nd time. Up in the north, I meet Marlin at the graveyard. He was basically paying his respect to the adventurers who protected this town and the valley before us. He also wants us to join in on the regular meetings he has with the wizard. I immediately say yes. Give me the lore, please. I wish to know all of the backstory and the current events and gossip. Clinton is here too. Mayor Lewis has asked him to get rid of the boulder we spotted here a few days ago. I offer to give him a hand, so he tells us to meet him at a shop where we shall discuss what he needs from us. I donate a pine tar, completing the exotic foraging bundle. All we have left in the foraging room now are the fall and winter foraging bundles. An oak resin has also been handed over. Turning our attention back to Clinton, he needs 20 coal and 20 iridium ore. That's not too bad actually, especially if you compare it to the 24 copper and iron bars that Gil wants, or the absolutely ludicrous amount of items Robin wants. I introduced myself to Sandy in the desert. She is the owner of Oasis, the shop, not the band. Interestingly enough, she is now selling different types of gems because of the Everyone Sells Everything mod. I feel like I'm saying the name of that mod too often, but I just want to clarify why each shop may look different. It's not because of the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. I find a hat in a chest on floor 13 of the Skull Caverns. I didn't even realize I've been going hatless this entire time. I put it on my head and, it looks cool and all, but nothing will ever beat my beloved deluxe pirate hat. It's going to be quite a while before I even get the chance to get that hat though, as we have to complete the community center first. The rest of the day is spent in these caverns collecting iridium ore for Clinton. I throw 24 copper bars into the chest beside the minecarts on day 51. We still have to drop 24 iron bars off too, so there's still a bit more work to be done here. 20 pieces of coal and iridium ore have been delivered to Clinton, completing his request. The museum is looking absolutely sterling if I do say so myself. It looks like we've got 57 items in here if I've counted correctly. I drink a coffee and I eat a crab cake for a +2 speed boost and spend the day in the Caverinos. I find an iridium sprinkler on floor 30, nice. Not only are we getting the various ores, we're also making substantial progress on our mining and combat levels. The dwarf pays a visit to the farm right as I'm about to go to sleep. He has a proposition for me. And that proposition is to be revealed to me tomorrow instead of tonight. I don't know why he can't just tell me right now, but I mean, what can you do? I've hit level 9 in combat and unlocked some new crafting recipes. The Iridium Band, Hero Elixir, Bombardier Elixir, and the Squid Ink Ravioli dish. Lovely stuff. I start the morning off by eating a crab cake on day 52. I utilize the handy speed boost it gives to get to the dwarf in record time. According to the dwarf, there is a cave on our farm that leads to the desert. It is currently blocked off, but they can clear the entrance to it for us. That is wonderful news, but what isn't wonderful news is that they want 36 diamonds in return for doing this. I beg your pardon, 36 diamonds? I could give 10 diamonds to Clinton and he would happily open up that cave for me. Or Demetrius, he would probably do it for free if I let him do some science experiments inside there. I am shocked. I am appalled, but above all else, I will give him the 36 diamonds at some point because having a shortcut to the desert would actually be really useful. I deposit all of the hardwood and stone that is needed into the box in the shed, along with 18 of the 20 battery packs. I also put 24 iron bars into the chest beside the minecart, so Gil should fix that for us within the next couple of days. I donate a maple syrup to the bulletin board, crack open geodes, continue working on the museum collection, and exchange 2 tickets for a sports hat and a dehydrator. Gustavo is selling the cooking recipe for candy. I will have to keep that in mind as I need a candy for the community center. I buy a milk pail for Marnie and I finally get my hands on some milk. I don't know why I waited so long to do this. I make 2 cheese presses, 2 mayonnaise machines, a bee house, a keg, and a preserves jar. I place these machines down and toss the relevant items into them. Cheese, goat cheese, jelly, and honey will all be produced, and I believe I need all of these items for the community center. Day 53 begins with a visit from Marlon. He's really just here to confirm that Gil will work on the minecarts today and it will be ready tomorrow. Salal berries have been harvested, which means we just got our main source of energy back. I receive a large milk from one of my cows, which I shall donate to the community center. Just not today, as I'm going to be in the Skull Caverns for the remainder of the day. The mission here was to find diamonds. I found like 2 of them at the most. Yeah, that was kind of disappointing. I did collect a bunch of ore though, so that was a nice little, way to soften the blow. Our chance of finding coal has been doubled, thanks to us reaching level 10 in mining. The game lets me know that an explosion has taken place at the railroad on day 54. That would be Clinton, I imagine. He's probably getting rid of the boulder that was up there. A monster fruit has been harvested for the first time in this playthrough. These look really cool. They're definitely one of my favorite crops aesthetic-wise for sure. I needed 5 gold star melons for the community center, and I am pleased to announce that I got a lot more than that. Geodes and mystery boxes are being cracked open. Nothing too noteworthy is being received. It's the usual stuff really. Warp totems, seeds, quality fertilizer, those kind of things. I buy some iron ore and coal from Clinton, followed by more coal. The travelling cart is selling a garlic seed. I will take that, thank you very much. Cheese, goat cheese, gold star melons, a large milk and a duck egg have all been donated. Sure enough, the boulder in the north has been removed. I head up the stairs and I find myself at the summit. I do a bit of foraging up here, finding things like goldenrod and red mushrooms. Before the night ends, I toss 2 more battery packs and 50 iron bars into the chest in the shed. And that is everything Robin wants from us. Money bags and roe are tossed into the shipping bin along with mayonnaise. Day 55 begins with some great news from Robin. She's going to work on the shed today and have it fully repaired and ready to use tomorrow. I harvest more salal berries than I know what to do with, which is a spectacular problem to have. I ask Marnie to add 2 pigs to the farm. I name them Joey and Tiger. I make over 70 quality fertilizer. I'm planning on sprinkling this stuff on my salal berries. The normal berries are good, but gold star ones will give us even more energy and health when we eat them. I make 14 iridium sprinklers, buy a few hundred wood from Robin as I'm too lazy to chop down trees right now, and give all of my summer seeds to Pierre. For a price, of course. I'm not giving them to him for free. I use the money he gives me to fund the upgrading of the coop. I am very pleased to announce that the coop and the barn are now fully upgraded. Well, technically the coop will be fully upgraded on day 57, but you know. I still have to get diamonds, 12 more of them to be exact. I may have given one away as a gift, which I kinda regret, but I mean, hey, what can you do? I spend the day in the mines where I find a massive 2 diamonds. And here we are on day 56, the final day of summer. We're basically halfway through our first year here in Stardew Valley already. Time is really flying by. The void egg I put into the incubator has hatched and produced a void chicken. I call this chicken Solana. I enter the newly refurbished shed and say hello to Robin. She's done a splendiferous job on this place, I must say. There's even a greenhouse upstairs too. I place 6 iridium sprinklers down. This is the perfect amount to ensure that every seed in here will be watered. I sprinkle quality fertilizer over the dirt and I plant my salal berry seeds on it. Like I said yesterday, gold quality salal berries will be the perfect source of health and energy for us, so hopefully we get a bunch of those every time we harvest these. Joja berry starters and coffee beans are also planted up here. I toss a bunch of items into the shipping bin as I'd like to start fall off with at least 60,000 gold if possible. Then I donate a duck feather, honey, jelly and a large goat milk. Before going to sleep, I attend my favorite festival in the entire game. That festival being the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies. And that is it for summer. What a marvelous season it was. Let's keep the ball rolling and have even more fun during fall. Our first and primary task on day 57 is to prepare the ground for the massive amount of cranberry seeds I will be buying today. With that taken care of, I visit Clinton and ask him for the usual. You know, cracking open geodes and mystery boxes. I sell enough items to bump my bank account up to over 100,000 gold. As always, this money does not last very long as I enter Joja Mart, where I buy 1 eggplant seed, 50 sweet potato seeds and 1 pumpkin seed, along with 464 cranberry seeds. I plant my sweet potatoes, sprinkling quality fertilizer over them as I do. I need 5 gold star sweet potatoes for the community center, hence me doing this. The remainder of the day is spent planting cranberry seeds, mixed seeds and flower seeds. It has dawned on me on day 58 that I should buy an auto grabber for Marnie. The coop was filled to the brim with eggs this morning. Our poor animals had almost no room to move around. I find a diamond in this cave thingy, which gives me an idea. I make 3 crystallariums and I toss diamonds into all 3 of them. And I toss a 4th diamond into a crystallarium I already had. Now we should get 4 diamonds every 5 days. The special orders board has been built in town. I shall be making good use of that. Completing a special order gives you a guaranteed prize ticket every single time. I accept an order from Demetrius. He wants us to catch 20 lakefish. Robin's special order wasn't bad either, to be fair. She just wanted us to collect 1,000 pieces of wood. I hope she'll offer that order to us again soon, but who knows really, it could go either way. I do a bit of fishing here at the river in town before doing a foraging run inside the secret woods. From there I move south into the big forest where I find a hazelnut. Not wasting any time, I use a warp totem to get to the beach, skedaddle to the community center and donate a walleye and a tiger trout. The final 2 fishing bundles have been completed. I also finished off the fall foraging bundle. All that remains in this room is the winter foraging bundle. I trade 3 tickets for mystery boxes, a decoration for the house, and a book that gives us mining experience. I plant fall seeds and I send an emerald to Penny before going to sleep. 3 apples have been acquired on day 59. The majority of the day is spent fishing, both at the beach and at the river in town. I catch the anglerfish, donate 3 apples to the community center, and talk to William in the north of the map. The big boulder that was here has been removed by the Junimos. Fresh water is flowing in from the tippy top of the mountain and it contains some valuable items. William then gives me the copper pan. We can use this pan to do some panning, surprisingly enough. The process of upgrading the pan has already begun on day 60 as I send it to Clinton along with 5 copper bars. I spend the morning chopping down trees, then I ask Robin to upgrade the house. I ask Marnie to add not just 1 but 2 new rabbits to the coop. Chips and Rice have joined the family. I spend most of the afternoon and evening fishing at the mountain lake where I complete the order Demetrius gave me. Speaking of Demetrius, he has sent us the crafting recipe for the computer on the morning of day 61. This right here is our reward for completing his order. I toss many items into the shipping bin, both for money and shipping collection purposes. Now, in terms of our skills, we are level 9 in foraging and combat and level 10 in everything else. We are very much still on track to reach level 10 in all of them by the time day 80 arrives. I buy a pomegranate tree sapling as I don't remember seeing one growing on the farm. I'm gonna have to plant this in the greenhouse and it should be fully grown on the 5th day of winter, or around that time anyway. Which means that as of right now, that is the absolute earliest we can complete the community center unless we get a pomegranate a different way. Or, you know, unless there is a pomegranate tree sapling on the farm and I just haven't found it yet. I break a tree stump and then a boulder to reach a golden trash can. Inside the trash can lies the Alleyway Buffet book. Reading this book gives us a better chance to find items in the trash. I collect a prize ticket for completing Demetrius' order and I trade 3 of them for a Stardrop tea, a decoration, and Omni Geodes. I have them cracked open and I get a couple of new items. I donate these items to the museum and dig up an artifact spot. I found an old coin. This can also be donated. The pomegranate tree sapling has been planted inside the greenhouse, but that doesn't really matter because I just found another pomegranate tree growing in the southwest of the farm. Yeah, I mean every other tree was growing here, so I had a feeling there had to be one of these hidden around here somewhere. The rest of the day is spent chopping down trees. Gunther is here on day 62. The museum is being given the Golden Shovel Award for the amount of artifacts it contains. Gunther says this is all thanks to us, and even better, the museum is receiving a big donation. Gunther says he will send us a portion of this donation in the mail soon. I don't have a lot of use for the hundreds, maybe thousands of pieces of wood I have right now, so I make a charcoal kiln and I place it with the chest and furnaces. The wood I've tossed into the chest will be converted into coal, which will then be used to make bars. Once again, I spend the rest of the day chopping down trees. Now you might think I'm doing this to get hundreds of pieces of wood, and I am, but I'm also doing it because you get foraging XP from chopping down trees. Just before 11 PM, a notification lets me know that I've reached level 10 in foraging. All that remains now is combat. I send my watering can to Clinton and I choose the perk that gives all trees a chance to drop hardwood. We have received 40,000 gold from Gunther on day 63. That is impeccable timing considering I want to upgrade all of my tools multiple times during the coming days and weeks. I visit the bookseller. I was hoping the book that gives us combat experience would be on sale today, but it is not. I buy 25 beet seeds from Sandy, which are quickly planted. I buy all of the cooking recipes that are being sold in the saloon, make a Mackie roll, and enter the mines. I accepted a quest to defeat 11 shadow creatures. But more importantly, I need combat experience. So the rest of the day shall be spent in here. I also found not just 1 but 2 diamonds, and I completed the quest before passing out. Day 64 has arrived and I find myself considering throwing ancient fruit into seed makers. In any other playthrough I already would have done this. But I prefer Joja berries and we have easy access to them right now, so I'm going to keep tossing the ancient fruit into the shipping bin, I think. Clinton has sent the watering can back to me, so I send it back to him. I collect more items than I know what to do with inside the coop and I visit the wizard. I went down into the basement in his tower and I started reading a book that I found down here. The wizard then came down into the basement and caught me, and at first he seemed to be shocked that I basically trespassed. but then he randomly offers to teach me magic in the future. I ask Robin to add a third pond to the farm and I buy the crafting recipe for the big chest. A maki roll and a pomegranate have been donated along with an eggplant. My bank account makes a triumphant recovery from potential bankruptcy thanks to Pierre. I'm beginning to wonder where he's getting all of this money from. He's given me at least a couple 100,000 gold at this point. Where's he hiding all of that money? In preparation for future cooking recipes, I buy 50 of the cooking ingredients being sold here. Things like sugar and flour. I trade 10 iridium bars for the desert warp totem crafting recipe and I spend the rest of the day in the Skull Caverinos. The wizard has sent me a letter on day 65. He's following up on yesterday's conversation and wants me to visit him when I get the chance. I pick up a truffle. We haven't donated one of these yet, so that will change very soon. I pick up the dehydrator inside the mushroom cave and I place it beside the chest. Now all of the mushrooms here will automatically be turned into dried mushrooms. I use birch water to make birch syrup, which I then use to make a piece of candy. I craft a big chest or 2 or 5 and plop them down. I donate the truffle and the candy and I take a look at the special orders board. Robin has also kindly offered me the same order as last week. Collecting 1,000 pieces of wood should be a walk in the park, considering we have a gold axe. 5 diamonds have been obtained thanks to a prize ticket. I need 1 more diamond, literally just 1 more, and then I will have all 36 I need for the dwarf. I make 4 kegs, which brings me up to a total of 8, and I toss coffee beans into them. I dilly-dallied with this one, I won't lie. I meant to do this during summer, but I mean hey, at least we can start making coffee now. It's back to the caverns once again. More than anything else, I just want 1 more diamond. I don't get one. But I did get a lot of combat experience. In fact, I reached level 10 in combat at around 7 PM. There's still plenty of time left, so I continue making my way through this place. I'm glad I did, as I found a dinosaur egg shortly afterwards. I utilize a hardcore speedrun strategy to make it to bed a split second before 2 AM. We have acquired the iron watering can on day 66. It is immediately sent back to Clinton alongside 5 gold bars. I toss the mutant carp into a pond and the dinosaur egg into the incubator. I collect a few coffee, turn them into triple shot espressos, and crack open some geodes. I was hoping to get a diamond out of at least one of them, but that didn't happen. The rest of the day is spent in the mines. Once again, the whole point of this is to find a diamond. I do not find a diamond. Over 100 pieces of iron ore and a similar amount of gold ore were collected, however. Now that we have reached level 10 in all skills, I can enter the mastery room in the forest on day 67. It is in here where you can unlock mastery for each of the 5 skills. I need just under 7,000 experience points in order to unlock my first mastery bonus. I'm going to go with foraging mastery, as one of the rewards is the crafting recipe for the mystic tree sapling. Placing a tapper on this tree produces mystic syrup. This stuff can be used to make a treasure totem. Now this is a valuable item. We can use a treasure totem to make artifact spots appear. I can dig them up, donate the artifacts to the museum, and make Gunther happy. Give me my diamond, please. I am getting very close to adding the dwarf to my list of enemies for making me go through this. A monster mushroom has been harvested on day 68. Like the monster fruit we got during summer, this has been added to the game by the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. I received a gold watering can and then I make a realization. The crystallariums are producing diamonds. I check the chest and sure enough it contains 4 of them. I'm going to assume they were literally just produced this morning and I didn't go through all of that nonsense and heartache and misery in the mines and the skull caverns for nothing. I deliver them to the dwarf. I don't dislike the dwarf, alright? I won't be adding them to my list of enemies, but that was close. That was very close. I find a berry basket that belongs to Linus, place a battery pack inside a box in the tunnel, and head up to the summit. I collect the forage items up here, before throwing a rainbow shell into a box at the train station, and donating a sweet potato, a pumpkin, and 5 gold star sweet potatoes to the community center. Another room has been completed. 4 down, 2 remaining. I place 10 beets inside Lewis's fridge and place a solar essence into the dragon skeleton in the desert. This, along with the beets in Lewis's fridge, the rainbow shell, and the battery pack, were all done for one reason and one reason only: to unlock the casino membership card. We can now find it in the pile of wood beside our house. I send the pan to Clinton and I harvest salal berries. I got around 40 gold star berries, which, I mean, yeah, I'm happy with that, but I kinda, sorta, maybe forgot that I want to use them for energy and threw them into the shipping bin. Oops. I chopped down enough trees to complete Mastery Level 1. The dwarf is here on day 69. He lets me know that he will open up the shortcut to the desert tonight. Okay, thank you. I grab a persimmon and I buy 187 starfruit seeds from Sandy. I need 200 altogether, so I return to her shop later in the day and buy 13 more. I did this for a very specific reason. I won't spoil what the reason is, but what I will say is I won't be selling any of these fruit. Which, now that I think about it, is actually really sad because they would be worth like 150,000 gold minimum. The greenhouse has been repaired by the Junimos. I enter it and it's a lot bigger than I remember it being. I can place 9 iridium sprinklers here instead of the usual 6, and there's more space for tree saplings too. I buy every fruit sapling that is being sold and donate a persimmon. All that remains are the winter forage items, amber, a rainbow shell, and a rabbit's foot. I chop down trees and complete Robin's special order. Foraging mastery has just been unlocked. As well as the mystic tree sapling and the treasure totem crafting recipes, we can also find golden mystery boxes. I make 10 tappers, 10 mystic tree saplings, 50 tree fertilizer, and 100 deluxe speed grow. I plant the mystic tree saplings, sprinkle fertilizer on them, and then plant the fruit tree saplings I bought in Pierre's shop. A cave has opened up on the farm on day 70. That is the dwarf opening up the shortcut, I reckon. I received the gold pan from Clinton along with the crafting recipe for the stone chest from Robin. Leah wants magic rock candy and will give me 15,000 gold for one. I can do that. I can actually do that one. Hold on a minute. I collect my ticket for completing Robin's special order and I trade 2 of them for mystery boxes and a magic rock candy. Look at that. Also, the next 3 rewards are a star drop tea, a treasure chest, and an iridium sprinkler. I want those. I want all 3 of them. I send my golden pickaxe to Clinton, which means we will receive the iridium pickaxe in 2 days. I meet Andy in the big forest right in front of the abandoned farmhouse. It belongs to Jerry and Elizabeth, or rather, it belonged to them. Yeah, past tense. They spent all of their money on some project of theirs and eventually just ran out of money and couldn't afford to maintain the farm anymore. Leah is dealing with a kerfuffle of her own. She has just finished telling her ex not to call her anymore. Leah and her ex lived in an apartment together in the big city. She did odd jobs during the day and focused on her art projects at nighttime. Her ex, well, at the time he was her partner, didn't like this. He wanted her to study business or medicine and earn a lot of money. Basically, he was trying to convince her to do what he thought was best for her. He didn't want her to focus on what she wanted to do. Not her passions, not her dreams, no, it was all about what he wanted for her. Eventually, she got sick of him and left him and moved here. She made the right choice, and her ex sounds like he sounds like he's not a very nice person, let's put it that way. Moving on to more light-hearted matters, I have earned a ticket and traded it for a star drop tea. Lovely. I plant almost all of the starfruit seeds I bought in the new greenhouse along with Joja berry starters. I ask Robin to add yet another pond to the farm on day 71. Clinton would like for me to defeat 50 dust sprites, and Gunther wants 100 bones. I want to do both of these, but I can't, so I'm going to choose Clinton's. I hope Gunther will forgive me and offer me that order again next week. I spend all of my money on coal, and I enter the mines where I defeat every single little dust sprite I come across, for a few minutes anyway. Then out of nowhere I got the urge to catch that legendary fish we found at Shearwater Bridge. I eat a sea foam pudding, cast my rod into the water, and spend a solid minute trying but ultimately failing to catch this fish. I don't know if it's just me, but if I'm trying to catch a fish and the minigame goes on for longer than like 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, I can feel myself give up. It's like I have this timer in my head, and when that timer goes off, my brain accepts defeat. It doesn't matter if I'm still trying to catch it when that happens, it doesn't matter, I might as well just give up. I was thinking about this while fishing here, and something happened that basically proved my point. I hooked the legendary fish for the 3rd time. The minigame lasted less than 20 seconds, and I won. I caught the fish. The wolf snapper has been defeated. I enter the abandoned farmhouse in the big forest, and I find an ancient doll. I take this doll to the mines and toss it into the water on floor 100.
A bone serpent, which by the way is an enemy from a game called Terraria, comes out of the water and gives me an item called the Faraway Stone. I like this Easter egg. Abigail is in the graveyard practicing her swordsmanship. Her father shows up and is visibly annoyed, frustrated and upset with her. Her mother, Caroline, wants Abigail to help her cook dinner. And that's it. That's what all this hullabaloo is about. That's why Pierre is so annoyed. Abigail rightfully walks away, leaving her parents to make dinner by themselves. I catch a midnight carp before the night ends. The Stardew Valley Fair takes place on day 72. I've brought what I consider to be the best items I have with me. I place them in my Grange display. It is at this point that I realize I have to win first place. You see, you have to pay 50 gold in order to play the games here at the festival and earn star tokens. I have 72 gold, so I can only play one game one time. I need 2,800 tokens in order to get the rare crow and the star drop that are being sold here. I earn first place and I receive 1,000 star tokens. This is good, but it's only step 1 of 2, and step 2 is the scary part. I now have to bet all 1,000 tokens on green and basically hope for the best. If it lands on orange, I'm basically out of luck. I will have to wait until next year to try again. It lands on green. Wonderful. Now we have 2,000 tokens. That still isn't enough though, so I bet 1,000 tokens on green again. Lady Luck must have decided to shine a light on my life today because it once again lands on green, bringing us up to a total of 3,000 tokens. I buy the 2 items I mentioned and breathe a sigh of relief. That could have gone oh so terribly wrong. Evelyn is here on day 73. She gives me a garden pot and a crafting recipe for the garden pot. I can grow a crop inside of this. It can be useful, but I have 2 greenhouses, so I'm all good. I visit the wizard. He teaches me some basic magic. I can now change my appearance by interacting with the statue in his basement. I enter the basement within the basement and place the Faraway Stone on a podium. A portal opens up, revealing a world from Terraria. A cat comes through the portal, gives me the Meowmere sword and disappears. This is one of the best Easter eggs I've ever seen, simply because I love both Stardew and Terraria. And the Meowmere sword is a really cool weapon. The issue is, and maybe I'm just using the sword wrong, but it isn't very powerful. I feel like it should be on the same level at least as the obsidian edge sword you can get on floor 90 of the mines. It doesn't take very long before Dust Sprite number 50 has been defeated. There was a strong windstorm during the night apparently. I wonder what that's about. The crafting recipe for the Geode Crusher has been received on the morning of day 74. I toss the wolf snapper into the new pond and use wood pathways to link it to the chest beside the 3 other ponds. I send my watering can to Clinton and I use the money I obtained from the sale of cranberries and salolberries to have a shed built on the farm. While I'm here in Robin's shop, I buy all of the crafting recipes she has for sale along with a double bed. I didn't mean to buy the double bed, that was an accident. I take a look at the Georgia clearance bin, but I don't buy anything. I don't think I've bought a single thing from there so far. I trade a ticket for a treasure chest and I help Haley at the beach. She lost a bracelet that belonged to her great-grandmother. I find it near Elliot's cabin and I return it to her. I open up the chest beside the crab pots and I take all of the crabs, oysters, yada 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 out of it. This crosses them off the list of fish we have to catch. Basically, I did it to add them to our fishing collection. I put them right back in as soon as I took them out. I buy bait and crab pots from William and add them to our collection here at the beach. I buy 2 crafting recipes and a cooking recipe from Krobus as well as a star drop. The entirety of day 75 is spent in the mines. The iridium watering can has been delivered to me on the morning of day 76. I'm going to upgrade the pan to iridium quality next, I think. Okay, no, I lied. I asked Clinton to upgrade my axe instead. I only just realized it's still iron quality. That won't do. I buy a bunch of mega bombs from the dwarf, ask Robin to upgrade the shed on the farm and clear the way to the shortcut that the dwarf made for us. I enter it and very quickly discover a secret tunnel. I emerge on the other side in a room full of Omni Geodes. After exiting the tunnel, I find myself in the south of the desert. I enter the Skull Caverinos and I spend the remainder of the day inside here. Now that we have given 36 diamonds to the dwarf and reached level 10 in combat, I can focus exclusively on collecting ore. I am able to reach mastery level 2 before the night is over. I trade Omni Geodes for artifact troves on day 77.
I show my casino membership card to the security person in Sandy's shop and he allows me to enter the casino for the first time. I don't do anything in here, I mainly just wanted to officially unlock this place. I trade 2 tickets for an iridium sprinkler and a painting, then I crack open my geodes and my mystery boxes. This results in a few items being donated to the museum. I enter the mastery room and I unlock farming mastery. I receive 3 rewards for this. The iridium scythe, which can be used to harvest crops, the crafting recipe for the Statue of Blessings, and we can now find golden animal crackers. You can give this item to a farm animal to double the amount of items it produces. So we could give one to a chicken and it would produce twice as many eggs, or a cow would produce twice as much milk. Or a fish, like, I don't know, the legend would produce twice as much roe. Yeah, I want to get 1 or 2 or 4 of those animal crackers. I investigate a big tree stump in the forest and I find out I need 100 hardwood to repair it. I make 2 pumpkin soups. I'm hoping the boost it gives to my luck will help me get a golden animal cracker from a chest while I'm fishing. I buy the treasure hunter thingy from William along with the iridium fishing rod. I spend the rest of the day fishing here at the beach. The golden axe has been mailed to me on day 78. Believe me when I say I will be putting this to good use very, very soon. A sweet gem berry has been harvested, nice. I haven't really mentioned it, but I'm trying to make decent progress on the shipping collection as we go along. I toss a golden animal cracker into the pond containing the legend, and that's it. I only got 1. I mean, I'll take it, but 2 or 3 or 4 would have been a lot better. I harvest the starfruit that has grown in the greenhouse. I plant the remaining starfruit seeds along with joja berry starters. A baby lizard has appeared in the coop. I call it Asa. I just know Pierre the platypus hates seeing me enter his shop. He knows he's about to hand over 50,000 gold for a ton of cranberries that realistically he will never ever be able to sell. I ask Robin to add a second shed to the farm and I use 100 hardwood to repair the massive tree stump in the forest. I don't know how I did it, but the stump has been turned into a lovely little house. The rest of the day is spent chopping down trees. Another sweet gem berry has presented itself on day 79. The wizard wants ectoplasm. That tends to be a nice and easy order, so I shall do that one. I trade 2 tickets for mega bombs and mystery boxes, and I eavesdrop on a conversation between Abigail and Caroline. Caroline says that Abigail doesn't appreciate her and Pierre allowing Abigail to live in their house rent-free until she finishes school. Right, okay, well congratulations Caroline on, actually being a parent. That's not something you should dangle over your child's head. Like, Caroline says that as though it's this really nice thing and Abigail should be so grateful for it. No? Thankfully, in this situation, Caroline listens to Abigail and seems to understand that her mentality just isn't fair to Abigail. If that cutscene had ended differently, like if Caroline hadn't listened and realized how harmful her way of thinking is, I would have gotten pretty heated there, I won't lie. But it ended in a positive manner and I've just bought the final backpack upgrade, so we're good. I spend some time in the mines as I've decided to focus on the monster eradication goals for a while. I'm going to try to make at least a bit of progress in that whole area. I pay a visit to Marlin. He congratulates me on obtaining the Galaxy Sword. I can now buy other Galaxy weapons from him. I make 2 iridium bands and I return to the mines. I plant joja berry starters in the greenhouse on day 80 before asking Robin to upgrade the second shed on the farm. Once again, the rest of the day is spent in the mines. The copper hoe has been sent away to be upgraded on day 81. I harvest our second batch of starfruit. We almost have 200 of them. Just a few more days left before we can harvest the remaining fruit. I give a sweet gem berry to the statue in the secret woods and I receive a star drop in return. I finally buy an auto grabber from Marnie along with 2 heaters. A raccoon has moved into the big tree stump here in the forest. It wants 5 crayfish and a smoked midnight carp. I can easily give it those items. I toss a midnight carp into the smoker and place the auto grabber into the coop. I make 11 mayonnaise machines and 11 cheese presses and I place them in the coop and the barn. I find a sand dollar at the beach. This is cool, I don't think I've seen this yet. I had a bit of a lackadaisical moment when I tried to use a bomb to dig up an artifact spot. It didn't work, I don't know what I was thinking here. I give crayfish and a smoked midnight carp to the raccoon and I receive powder melon seeds for doing so. It's back to the mines once again. I have found a rabbit's foot in the coop on day 82. This is one of the few items I still need for the community center. I buy an auto grabber for Marnie and I place it beside the cheese presses in the barn. I donate the rabbit's foot. The skeleton monster eradication goal has been completed and the dust sprite goal has been finished off too. I grab 3 items from the Adventurers Guild. The vampire ring gives us a bit of health every time we defeat a monster. I got this for the bat eradication goal. The skeleton mask was for the skeletons and the burglar ring was for the dust sprites. The burglar ring gives us a chance to get double the loot from a monster. With those goals completed, I set my sights on the doggies and the rock crabs for the rest of the night. I give ectoplasm to the wizard on day 83. That is yet another order completed. The Spirits Eve festival takes place tonight. I sell some hardwood and regular wood to Robin. I use a warp totem to get to the desert. I stay in the Skull Caverns until the Spirits Eve festival begins. I get the bus back to Pelican Town, buy the rare crow and the crafting recipe for the jack-o'-lantern and make my way through the maze. I open a chest at the end and it contains a golden pumpkin. I don't know if I'm misremembering here, but I feel like at one point, maybe 2 years ago, this chest contained 3 golden pumpkins. All of the farmers in town have gathered in the shop on day 84. Myself, Andy, Susan, Sophia and Marnie are all here. Yeah, that's the entire cutscene. It was nice though, everybody was just happy and excited to see each other. I like this cutscene. In what is a very bittersweet moment for me, I sell cranberries to Pierre for the final time during fall. I trade a ticket for fairy dust, ask Clinton to crack open mystery boxes and buy a rare crow and a tea sapling from the travelling cart. Inside the mastery room I unlock fishing mastery. The advanced iridium rod and the crafting recipe for challenge bait have been received. And on top of that, we can now find golden fishing chests. And that is the end of fall. We are now officially 3/4 of the way through our very first year. I have a feeling winter might be the best season so far. Of course, there's only one way to really find out. Hi, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I have a quick announcement to make. I was beginning to lose my voice at this point, so I had to speak a bit softer for the next 28 days. Yeah, that's all. I just wanted to give you a heads up. I'll let you get back to your video now. I hope you're enjoying it. The morning of day 85 is, well, it's really just spent getting reacquainted with the farm and everything that's going on here. You see, I took a bit of a break after finishing the last day, so it's been a couple of weeks, I would say, since I last played Stardew Valley. After sending the gold pan to Clinton and planting powdermelon seeds, I dig up some artifact spots. If I can, I would like to donate everything to the museum before the end of this year. It would be very nice to have that collection done and dusted. I embark on a foraging run in the secret woods and in the big forest before running into the shadow guy at the bus stop. I was very excited to see him and he kinda just ran away from me, which made me feel quite sad, I won't lie to you. The wizard wants prismatic jelly, I will get that for him. I donate a couple of items to the museum and I complete the winter foraging bundle in the community center. There is now only one single room remaining. I ask Robin to build a 3rd shed on the farm, dig up artifacts, plant winter seeds, and send a gift to Krobus because it is his birthday today. Over in the mines, I defeat a slime and it drops prismatic jelly. I give it to the wizard, completing his order. Just before going to sleep, I plant a tea sapling in the greenhouse. We have been sent 2 crafting recipes on day 86, the Dark Sign and the Monster Musk. I immediately make 6 Monster Musk as drinking this stuff increases the spawn rate of monsters. I decide to focus on the monster eradication goals for a while. The rock crab goal has been completed. It was only around 8 PM when this happened, so I decided to use the remaining time in a productive manner. I spend the rest of the night in the Skull Caverinos defeating slimes, mummies, and serpents. The iridium pan has been received on day 87. I send my hoe to Clinton along with 5 gold bars before returning to the Skull Caverns. Once again, the remainder of the day is spent inside here. Floor 80 ends up being a monster-only floor with a bunch of those Pepper Rex monsters, so that has helped us a ton with this monster eradication goal. I toss a golden animal cracker into the pond that contains the wolf snapper on the morning of day 88. I collect 4 mystic syrup and place a tapper on the 3rd last mystic tree. Now we're just waiting on the 2 remaining saplings to grow. I make 4 treasure totems, collect a few nautilus shells, donate a couple of items to the museum, and enter the mines. Floor 98 is a monster-only floor, which means I can go back to the surface, then return here to fight the monsters over and over and over again. And that is exactly what I shall do for the remainder of the day.
But first, I ask Robin to upgrade the latest shed she built for us. As the clock approaches midnight, I complete the Void Spirit Eradication goal. Day 89 is off to a wonderful start as I collect my gold hoe and toss a golden animal cracker into the Crimson Fish Pond. I make mega bombs and a monster musk, harvest the final batch of starfruit, and restock on gold quality salal berries. I use the treasure totem to make artifact spots appear outside Robin's house. I got a golden animal cracker but no artifacts with the first totem. It's pretty much the same story with the second totem. The third totem yields a golden animal cracker and the boomerang artifact. The fourth and final one provides us with amber. I donate this and a nautilus shell to finish off the very last bundle. The community center may have been completed, but there's no time to celebrate as I am a very busy bee. The raccoons want a dried crystal fruit and coconut jelly. I can bring those items to them at some point. I don't know when, but I'll do it at some point. I buy an artichoke, collect hardwood and forage in the secret woods, and head into the Caverinos. I find a lucky ring at around 10 PM. I've also received a couple of golden animal crackers and prismatic shards. Shortly after midnight, I finish off the Pepper Rex eradication goal. The good news does not end there, however, as over 136,000 gold has been earned from the sale of Joja Berry starters and money bags. Our hard work with the community center has been acknowledged on day 90. We have received a bunch of friendship points with the villagers for donating everything involved in the bulletin board bundles. I've made the executive decision to place a chest beside some geode crushers. I've placed various geodes inside this chest so the geode crushers will do their thing and hopefully give us some things we still have to donate to the museum. I toss a golden animal cracker into the fourth pond, collect more hardwood and forage in the secret woods, and watch a lovely cutscene featuring the community center. The villagers have gathered inside and are feeling jolly to say the least. This is a beautiful cutscene, don't get me wrong, but like I said yesterday, I am a very busy bee, so I must be on my way. My work inside the mines and the Skull Caverns has really paid off as I only have to defeat 25 more serpents, along with one other type of monster that we will unlock really soon. I collect my rewards, the important one being the crab shell ring. This gives us a +5 in defense if we wear it. I buy the crafting recipe for the big stone chest, mega bombs, and a rare crow from the dwarf. I also bought the book that reduces the damage you take from bombs. The geode crushers have already produced a few new items for us. Lovely stuff. Gunther is over the moon as always to see us coming into the museum. I buy 250 beet seeds from Sandy. The reason for this will be revealed very soon. The final eradication goal I have access to right now has been completed. There is but one more remaining and I have to unlock Ginger Island before I can do it. Speaking of Ginger Island, William has sent us a letter on day 91. There is something he would like to show me in the back of his shop. This right here is how we will reach the sandy shores of the island of Ginger. That artichoke I bought from the traveling cart on day 89, I tossed it into a seed maker. It produced 3 artichoke seeds and I planted them. This isn't really important, I don't know why I'm talking about it, let's move on. I place tappers on the final 2 mystic trees, make 3 treasure totems, and use one of them at the beach. I receive a nautilus fossil. I entered the back room in William's shop where I find an old boat. I donate 5 iridium bars, 5 battery packs, and 200 hardwood. Robin and William will use these materials to repair the boat tonight. I use a treasure totem in the desert, get a palm fossil from it, and trade omni geodes for 6 artifact troves. I ask Clinton to crack open these artifact troves along with some geodes. We are getting closer and closer to donating everything to the museum. I need 1 more mineral and 13 more artifacts. We're almost there. Marlin introduces me to somebody called Alicia up in the Adventurers Guild. She is a talented sniper, which is why Marlin asked her to help him defeat the slimes in the mines. Alicia is one character I hope we see more of in future updates. I would not be opposed to a storyline based around her. Maybe we help her discover a new area or, take on a boss monster with her or something along those lines. I use a totem to get a rusty shield, amber, and the stone of Yoba. I grab the napalm ring. This is my reward for defeating 250 serpents. This is also one of my favorite rings in the game. If you defeat a monster while you're wearing this ring, it makes the monster explode. Basically, it turns them into like a cherry bomb. It can be really handy for breaking rocks inside the mines and the Skull Caverns. I buy cork bobbers from William. I need to start making these myself actually. I'm basically wasting money every time I buy them. I buy mega bombs from the dwarf and spend the rest of the day going through the mine system in the quarry. I grab the golden scythe at the end, which is kinda useless as I have the iridium scythe, but I mean, I might as well get it anyway. And I got the prehistoric skull artifact, so it was a win either way. The 4th mastery level has been completed on day 92. Marlin wants 30 cherry bombs, 20 bombs, and 10 mega bombs. I could make all of these myself, but I'd rather just buy them from the dwarf, it would be so much easier. I'll do that and drop them off in the Adventurers Guild at some point before winter ends. I was fully prepared to enter William's shop and get on the boat to Ginger Island today, but his shop is closed. The Festival of Ice is taking place today, so that's pretty bad timing. I do what I do every time a minor inconvenience happens to me. I go to sleep. Day 93 begins with an impromptu meeting with the wizard up near the mountains. I'll keep this one short and sweet. The wizard is having a problem with his ex. You see, she has his magic ink, and the wizard wants it back. Her mission is to open the entrance he is standing in front of in order to gain access to his ex's home. His ex is a witch, by the way, which I think is rather cool. Krobus and a Junomo are playing in the forest. That's beautiful. I inform Krobus of my mission. He opens up the sewer within the sewer. I make it all the way to the end of this area, open a chest, and obtain the Dark Talisman. I use this item to open up the entrance to the witch's home, and this is new. It looks like the Stardew Valley Expanded update has added a brand new area to the game. I've barely taken 10 steps and I'm already massively confused by the layout of this area. Thankfully the enemies here are easy to defeat and they drop Dragon Tooth, which is a useful resource. I find these big green ghost things and they take significantly more hits to defeat. It takes a while, but I managed to find the exit in the top right corner of this area. I give a void mayonnaise to the goblin henchman to distract him, enter the witch's house, grab the wizard's ink and deliver it to him. With our mission complete, we can now have Junomo huts, obelisks and the golden clock built on the farm. And now, finally, I enter William's shop, hop on his boat and set sail for Ginger Island. I enter the jungle where I find tent kits, a mummified frog and a golden walnut. I find a second golden walnut, then I participate in a little bit of tomfoolery. Ordinarily, you would have to find 4 gems in the north, south, east and west of the island. Each gem is dropped by a bird on a rainy day. Or you could do what I'm doing here and have a guess at where each gem goes. That's what I tend to do, as it's a relatively easy way to get 5 golden walnuts the first time you visit the island. I obtain golden walnut number 8 by hitting a tree inside the treehouse and give one of them to a parrot inside here. I get golden coconuts and omni geodes by digging up artifact spots, collect every walnut I can up in the north of the island and enter the volcano dungeon. The rest of the day is spent inside here. I don't make it to floor 10, but I do collect golden walnuts, journal scraps and other items. We have received a letter from who I believe is the goblin henchman on day 94. If the Stardew Valley Expanded mod has added him to the game, as in I can talk to him and give him a gift, I don't know if I will ever be able to play the game without this mod again. Combat Mastery has been obtained. If I can get the Ice Rod, it should make combat even easier as it freezes enemies in place. I unlock the west side of Ginger Island, giving us access to the farm here. I plant the wheat, melon, garlic and red cabbage seed along with around 60 beet seeds. Yeah, this right here is why I bought these beets. You can get 5 golden walnuts by harvesting crops on the farm, and beet seeds are cheap and they grow really quickly. The wheat, melon and garlic are planted for a specific reason too. There is a frog in a cave on this farm and he will give us 15 walnuts when all 3 of them have grown. I don't have a reason for planting the red cabbage seed, I just kinda did it. I collect some of the walnuts I have access to in this location and spend 20 walnuts to unlock the farmhouse. Following that, I head north where I use my slingshot to obtain a golden walnut I wasn't able to reach yesterday. I return to the volcano dungeon. This time I make it all the way to floor 10. I meet a character called Lance who congratulates me on making it this far. Just like Marlin, he is an adventurer. I'm sure we will be seeing more of him soon enough. I find a prismatic shard in the chest and I use the forge to make combined rings. I combine the crab shell ring with an iridium band and I combine the napalm ring with the burglar ring. To finish off the day I grab 1, 2, 3, 4 golden walnuts. And speaking of golden walnuts, 1, 2, 3 more have been acquired on day 95 by breaking these muscle nodes. I collect the remaining walnuts I can in this area, including the 3 you get for this atrocity. The Simon Says game it's called. Okay, I'm being dramatic, it's not that bad. It's kind of fun actually. No, I'm lying, it's not fun. It is that bad. Anyway, I plant taro tubers, use 20 walnuts to build a resort on the beach, and collect 1, 2, 3 golden walnuts. I meet Lance outside the volcano dungeon. I give him 2 Stardrop teas, which gives us an entire 2 hearts of friendship with him. I unlock the dig site where I spend some time digging up artifact spots, breaking rocks, and fishing. I use a bomb to destroy a boulder in front of a cave, freeing a man who is trapped inside there. Professor Snail is his name, and he owns an office here on the island. I collect the walnuts hidden in the dig site before paying a visit to Professor Snail's office. I donate a mummified frog and 3 more artifacts. I do a bit of fishing on the farm to get golden walnuts, a snake skull, journal scraps, and the blue discus fish. I move to the beach for the rest of the night so I can get the other fish we've gained access to on this island. Literally just before the night is over, I manage to dig up a walnut. I plant more taro tubers and beets on day 96 before returning to the original farm back in Pelican Town. I grab a rabbit's foot and send it to Gunther for his birthday. I've also sent a monster mushroom to Lance. I've just remembered the goblin henchman wants to see me, so I head back into the... I don't really know what it's called actually, this place here. I think I'm going to refer to this place as the Gobland. Like Goblin Henchman Land, Goblin Land, Gobland, you know, okay, admittedly that name needs a bit of work, but it'll do for now. Anyway, the Goblin Henchman wants me to bring him a bunch of different mushrooms and swamp flowers. The witch fired him and kicked him out of his home, so the Goblin is hoping that the mushrooms and the flowers will convince her to give him back his job and his house. My sources have told me that 2 fish can be caught in this area. Well, technically I only have 1 source, and that source is the Look Up Anything mod. I catch the swamp crab with no issues. The second fish gave me a bit of trouble, however. Not because it was difficult to catch, no, but rather because the monsters in this place love to fly around and attack me while I'm fishing. I think that's very rude. I eventually managed to catch the second fish, the alligator. I spend the remainder of the day here collecting mushrooms and swamp flowers. The wizard has some news for me on day 97. The council, ooh how mysterious, believe it is time for me to learn warp magic. Lance has also shown up and has given me his schedule. This might come in handy, though if I need to send him a gift I can just send him one using the mailbox, so we're all good. Look at all of these jojo berries, we should get at least 150 seeds from them. I crack open golden coconuts and I receive a golden walnut and a fossilized skull. These also happen to be the only 2 items I need from the coconuts, so I guess I'm done with them now. I also get Bixite from a magma geode, which happens to be the last mineral I need for the museum. I spend 10,000 gold in order to change my foraging perks. When I go to bed tonight, I'm going to choose the one that gives me a chance to get 2 of any forage item I pick up. This will speed up the whole process of getting those mushrooms and swamp flowers for the goblin. I go fishing in the sewer within the sewer to catch the water grub, slimejack, and snatcher worm. I step into a teleportation circle in the bottom left corner of the forest and I'm brought to an area known as the Junimo Woods. This place is a bit of a maze, it can be really confusing to get through. There are Junimo huts in the south of the area and the Junimos inside them are selling all kinds of cool and interesting items. I catch a glowfish and a meteor carp, toss some items into the shipping bin and visit the wizard. He teaches me how to make teleportation circles. I meet the wizard in the backwoods just north of the farm. He takes me into a place called the Enchanted Grove. This is where I will be summoning all of my teleportation circles. The wizard has gone ahead and linked his tower to this place. How kind of him. Wasting no time whatsoever, I talk to Marlin about my new magical abilities. I create a teleportation circle outside the Adventurers Guild. Day 98 begins with a visit from Marlin. He wants to discuss something with us in the Adventurers Guild. I will drop by as soon as I can, but first I return to the Junimo Woods where I create a 3rd teleportation circle. In the bottom right of the big forest, I find the entrance to a place known as Sprite Spring. Something interesting happens when I enter this area, and by that I mean nothing happens. That's weird because normally a cutscene plays and 2 fairies called Angelica and Klaus introduce themselves to us. I'm going to look into this and see if I've done something wrong or if I've somehow skipped that cutscene. In the meantime, I visit Marlin and talk to him about the very important thing he mentioned this morning. Basically, Lance lives in the Highlands. Marlin believes his boat could get us there, but first he wants something from me. I have everything he needs with me, so I can give them to him right now. We should be able to use his boat tomorrow. I donate an artifact and use a treasure totem while standing on the farm on Ginger Island. It takes a couple of tries, but I find 2 snake vertebrae. I need these for Professor Snail. I harvest beets, which gives me 1, 2, 3 golden walnuts. I catch the barred knifejaw fish and the blue tang and do some panning. I was hoping to get the fossilized tail from this, but I did not. I donate several items to Professor Snail, leaving us with 3 remaining spots. The fossilized tail, the fossilized ribs, which can be found by digging up artifact spots in the south of the island, and the mummified bat, which can be found by breaking rocks in the volcano dungeon. I use a totem to very quickly get my hands on the fossilized ribs. I play a game of darts 1, 2, 3 times to get 3 golden walnuts. I donate the ribs and I spend the rest of the night panning. Sadly, I don't receive the tail. It's a rainy day on Ginger Island on day 99, which means I can use note blocks to get another 5 walnuts. I spend 10 to unlock the island trader before spending some time panning at the dig site. Will I get the fossilized tail? Finally, I donate it and collect my rewards. The night market is here, so I catch all 3 fish you can get inside the submarine. The blobfish, midnight squid and spookfish have all been defeated. Marlin wants me to meet him at the docks outside the Adventurers Guild, so I'll do that tomorrow. I plant the mango and banana tree saplings. The 4th teleportation circle has been created on day 100. This one connects our farm to the Enchanted Grove. I fill every remaining spot in the greenhouse with Joja berry starters, use a treasure totem to get a skeleton hand, and accept an order from William. He wants 100 pieces of bug meat. I use a treasure totem at the beach and I get nothing before talking to Marlin at the docks. I use his boat to reach Lance's home in the Highlands. He tells me about monster crops he's been wanting to research. There are 4 different monster seeds which we can get in this area by defeating different enemies. If we want to complete Lance's mission, then we have to plant these seeds, harvest the resulting crops, and bring them to him. We actually already got 2 of them from mixed seeds, the monster fruit and the monster mushroom. Now I could give these 2 crops to him right away, but I think I'm going to get the actual seeds, plant them, and bring all 4 to him later on. I defeat the golems and slimes to get my hands on 2 of the 4 seeds. I very carefully catch the highland bass and destroy a bunch of boulders to gain access to a cave. I find a nice quiet spot away from the monsters. I break the rocks here to get 2 prismatic shards and I catch the gemfish before the night ends. Lance has sent me 24 life elixirs on day 101. These will no doubt come in very handy when I return to the Highlands. I plant a monster fruit seed and 2 slimeberry seeds. I send a void essence to the wizard for his birthday and I collect enough bat wings to make a monster musk. I drink it and defeat all of the insects I come across. The monster musk makes William's special order so much easier to do. I've got 103 bug meat before 4 PM. The bad news is I can't put them in the barrel beside William's shop and finish off the order because, well, the barrel just isn't there. I'm assuming this is because of the night market, so I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow. I make a teleportation circle in Sprite Spring. Also, I did a bit of research and it turns out that the cutscene with Angelica and Klaus, that was removed. It's not canon anymore. For anyone who doesn't know what happens in the cutscene I'm talking about, we are told 2 pretty important things, I would say. Number 1 is that Angelica is the crop fairy, and number 2 is that Klaus spreads magic in the forest to promote the growth of trees and forage. I know the wizard references them in another cutscene, so I wonder if that has been changed or removed too. In what is most definitely an absolutely horrible decision, I decide to gallivant around the Highlands with the Monster Musk effect still active. It went well for a while, and then I was knocked out. Okay, that's sad, but it's not a big deal as long as we haven't lost the 103 pieces of, but we've lost the 103 pieces of bug meat. Wonderful, of course we have. The smartest thing I could do here is to just leave. The Monster Musk is still active and the enemies here are very dangerous. I really should leave and come back tomorrow, but I'm not going to. Cry havoc, and let's slip the dogs of war. I make my way up the mountain, defeating every single enemy I come across. It's almost 2 AM, so I do the smart thing and place a tent down and go to sleep. Day 102 sees me wake up in the exact spot I fell asleep in thanks to the tent. I continue making my way up the mountain, stopping only to check out a secret cave I've stumbled upon. I find a bunch of diamonds and diamond flowers. The look up anything mod lets me know that a fish can be caught inside here too. The diamond carp has been defeated. I was knocked out, again, and of course I lose the diamond carp and the diamond flowers. I really wanted to keep those. I'm kind of upset right now. I'm not ready to give up on my quest despite this setback though, so I return to the mountain yet again. This time I make it to the peak of the mountain where I find a money tree and a dangerous enemy. This monster has so much health it is unbelievable. I utilize the ancient tactic of swinging my sword over and over and over again while moving slightly to the left or the right. It works a charm and I defeat this behemoth. I collect the loot it drops and I chop down the money tree to get the tree coin. I head east, defeat a monster mushroom to get the third monster seed and catch the fiber goby. I defeat a monster inside the cave to get the fourth and final monster seed and find a secret room in the top right corner of this cave system. A dwarf is trapped inside a cage. I use the key I got from that big boss monster on top of the mountain a while ago to unlock the cage and free the dwarf. I collect bat wings, make a monster musk, drink the monster musk and find a parrot egg. This is a trinket. A parrot will now follow me around, and on top of that, monsters now have a chance of dropping money when I defeat them. Lewis has sent me a letter on the morning of day 103. The Feast of the Winter Star will be taking place on the 25th day of this month. I have to give a gift to Elliot. That's handy enough. He loves duck feathers, so I can just give him one of those. I plant all of the monster crops, collect Omni Geodes inside the shortcut to the desert, and trade Omni Geodes for artifact troves. Clinton isn't inside his shop. That sucks. I can't use the Geode Crusher to open artifact troves. That also sucks. I collect all of the bug meat William asked for the second time might I add, and show the melon, wheat and garlic to the frog on the Ginger Island farm. We have just received a total of 5, 10, 15 golden walnuts. I get another 2 while harvesting beets. I unlock the mailbox on this farm and the obelisk that brings us back to the Pelican Town farm. I enter the walnut room for the first time. I say hello to the mysterious Mr. Key and see what special orders he has for us. These are both disgusting, I'm not doing either one of them. I've just found something that I think is pretty cool. You can get a power up by swimming in the water here in Sprite Spring. We just got a +3 foraging bonus. I wonder if we're able to get a +3 fishing bonus, that would be really handy. I spend the rest of the day in the volcano dungeon. I wanted to get my hands on the mummified bat, but I was not able to get one. I did, however, buy the Ginger Island Warp Totem crafting recipe and the Ginger Ale cooking recipe from the dwarf on floor 5. Taro roots have been harvested on day 104. I'm going to toss these into the seed maker and stockpile the seeds. There's a chance Caroline could give us a special order to grow 100 of them, so I want to be prepared in case that happens. The 5th and final mastery level has been completed and I've just gotten a +3 fishing boost by swimming in Sprite Spring. Remember when I said that there was a cutscene involving the wizard talking about Sprite Spring? That cutscene hasn't been removed, but he doesn't mention Klaus and Angelica anymore. They've been completely retconned. I couldn't find a reason why, all I know is any mention of them has been removed from the game. Very interesting stuff right there. Anywhomst, I eat a fish stew for another +3 fishing boost, bringing me up to level 16 in fishing. This makes it extremely easy for me to catch the glacier fish. I fish up the Iridium Krobus statue, unlock mining mastery, and catch a perch and a lincod. I buy mega bombs and ask Clinton to crack open my artifact troves. The golden relic, treasure appraisal guidebook, chipped amphora, and bone flute have been obtained. Gustavo is selling the tropical curry cooking recipe for 2,000 gold. I only have 1,000 gold, so I sell another 1,000 gold worth of salal berries to Pierre. I then give 1,000 gold to William to bring me back to Ginger Island where I don't buy the tropical curry cooking recipe, because I once again only have 1,000 gold. Yeah, I didn't think that one through. I spend the remainder of the day in the volcano dungeon. It took a while, but I finally got the bat for Mr. Snail. I donated, and with that, his collection is complete and we have received the crafting recipe for the ostrich incubator. I plant pineapple seeds on day 105. Similar to the taro tubers, Caroline could very well ask us to grow and ship 100 of these pineapples, so I want to be ready for that too in case that happens. I gather as many mushrooms as I can, sell Joja berry starters to Pierre, and buy 10 iridium sprinklers. I buy 20 magic bait, go swimming in Sprite Spring and find a secret area. Mushrooms and ancient fruit are growing inside here. I catch a void salmon and a void eel outside the witch's house and collect more mushrooms and swamp flowers in the Gobland. Everything the goblin asked me for has been delivered to him. And you know what? It was my pleasure. I caught a gar inside the big forest. I actually missed this one as it only shows up during summer and fall. That's why I bought the magic bait earlier, as it allows me to catch any fish during any season. I also catch a goby. The goblin henchman is here on day 106. Hello, welcome, good to see you. He didn't get his job back, but he wants us to visit him more often. I will absolutely do that, believe me. I give dried crystal fruit and coconut jelly to the raccoons, and they give me the raccoon journal in return. We now have a better chance to get mixed seeds from weeds. Gunther wants 100 bones, that will be done. I buy all of the bombs Marlin asked for, deliver them to him, and read the Mapping Cave Systems book. We now get a 50% discount on the item retrieval service. I go swimming and get a +3 fishing boost. That is exactly what I was looking for. I use a warp totem to get to Ginger Island and catch a shiny Lunaloo. This was a tricky one, I have to say. It might be the third most difficult fish so far, behind the crimson fish and the wolf snapper. The shark has also been caught. The combo of the cork bobber and trap bobber seems to be working very well here. I'm using magic bait, which allows me to catch the clownfish at this time of night. Finally, I catch a stingray and a squid. The first thing I do on day 107 is use a warp totem to get to Ginger Island. I use bombs to blow up the rocks at the dig site, which results in me getting over 80 bones. I catch the seahorse, and that is the last fish we can catch right now. I'm aiming to catch the remaining 8 fish during spring of year 2 if I can. I find the shadow guy beside the community center, and I receive the magnifying glass, deliver the bones to Gunther, collect a ticket, and get a star drop tea. All I need for the museum is an anchor and 2 dolls. That's all. I dig up an anchor, and one of the secret notes I got here shows the location of one of those dolls. I head up to the location and I retrieve it. I used a few more totems back on the farm, hoping to get that last doll, but I couldn't get it today. I get started on making a storage shed on day 108. Everything, and I mean everything, in the chests here on the farm need to be moved into this shed. I continue working on the shed on day 109. The Feast of the Winter Star takes place today. I give a duck feather to Elliot and I receive a jade from Emily. The morning of day 110 is spent moving the last of our items into the storage shed. I've also moved the various machines into another shed, just to make the farm look a bit neater and tidier. I've only just realized I need one more rare crow to unlock a new crafting recipe. After winning a few games of Calico Jack, I trade my key coins for the alien rare crow and the statue of treasure. I want to begin day 111 by showing you all what the statue I bought last night does. It produces an artifact trove every morning. It's pretty neat in my opinion. I've been sent the crafting recipe for the deluxe scarecrow after buying the alien rare crow last night. I sell a bunch of crops to Pierre, buy more iridium sprinklers, and donate the doll and the anchor. It isn't day 112 yet, so the year isn't over, but I don't think we're getting that final artifact before then. Regardless, I am more than happy with the progress we have made on the museum collection. I buy a bunch of stone from Robin and sell 81 starfruit. I wasn't planning on doing this, I really wanted to save them for spring of year 2, but I've just had an idea. Part 1 of that idea takes place on the morning of day 112. I pick up the quality sprinklers and use bombs to get rid of the wood pathways. I place iridium sprinklers down, go to the wizard's tower, and have 1, 2, 3, 4 Junimo huts built. And that just about wraps up the final day of our first year. Day 113 is the very first day of year 2, which means that Kent has returned to town. Kent is like the vanilla games version of Andy for me. At first I thought I wouldn't like them, and I didn't like them, but they grew on me over time. I clear out the weeds that have grown on the farm, grab Joja berry starters, and plant them. Our bank account is not looking too healthy right now, so I toss a few bits and bobs into the shipping bin. Then it's off to the secret woods for a foraging run. I use the hardwood I get here to make treasure totems, which will hopefully give me a secret note, and then that secret note will show me the location of the final artifact I need, fingers crossed anyway. And that is exactly what happens. Nice, I couldn't be any happier about that. Susan wants me to make 50 quality fertilizer and bring them to her. That's a handy enough special order, I don't mind doing this one. I was pretty surprised to see that I had earned over 200,000 gold from the items I tossed into the shipping bin. That's quite a bit more than I was expecting. Susan has sent me 20 quality fertilizer on the morning of day 114. This counted as me making 20 of them, so, thank you Susan, I appreciate that. You've just made my job a lot easier. It took me, honestly, an embarrassing amount of time to find the location of that last artifact. I dug up so much of the sand here in the desert that I was beginning to think I wasn't going to find the right spot. But I found it in the end, so that's a relief. I buy 250 starfruit seeds before heading back to Pelican Town. I walk east of the museum where I find Lewis standing in front of the old community garden. A bit like the community center before we fixed it, this too has been abandoned. Nobody else wants to or is able to use the community garden, so Lewis decides that I can have it all to myself. I can't believe I'm about to say this, and I really don't want to say this, but it has to be acknowledged. That's actually kind of you, Lewis. Thank you. I donate the ancient doll completing the entire museum collection. Another star drop has been acquired. After maneuvering my way over to Ginger Island, I speak with Birdie. Her husband is lost at sea and she's desperate to find a locket that belongs to him. She gives me a memento and a job. This job is pretty simple. All I have to do is trade this memento she gave me for a different item, trade that item for something else, and so on until somebody eventually gives me the locket. Before I get started on that job, I accept an order from Mr. Key. He wants me to bring him 100 each of different colored items. This one shouldn't be too bad either. I make 30 quality fertilizer and give the memento to Kent. He gives me gourmet tomato salt. I trade this for a Stardew Valley rose. This is given to Sandy and she gives me the advanced TV remote. George is visibly very happy to receive this remote and I am very happy to be given an Arctic shard in return. I give it to the wizard who gives me a wriggling worm. Finally, I give this worm to William, who gives me the locket that Birdie has been searching for. I deliver the fertilizer to Susan and replace a large chunk of the crops in this greenhouse with starfruit seeds. The planting of Joja berry starters resumes on day 115. The entirety of the main farm has been covered in them. Fantastic. I give the locket to Birdie, who gives me golden walnuts and a crafting recipe for fairy dust as a reward. My journey to accomplish as much as possible during spring takes me to the Junimo Woods. I buy Hyper Speed Grow and I also pick up ancient fruit that was growing here on the ground. It's iridium quality because of the foraging perk I chose that makes forage be iridium quality. I know ancient fruit is a crop, not a forage item, but I guess when it's just lying on the ground is considered to be a forage item, hence the iridium quality. There was no reason for me to explain all of this, I'm just thinking out loud. I'll move on. Just before the night ends, I sprinkle the Hyper Speed Grow on the monster fruit in the greenhouse. This is the final monster crop I have to harvest. The site of the old Joja Mart has been struck by lightning. Interesting. It is Kent's birthday on day 116, so I send him a lovely gold star rabbit's foot. Robin very kindly supplies me with 25 battery packs and 200 pieces of hardwood. In return for a lot of money, of course. I need something to decorate the Ginger Island farm with, so in the end I decide to make a few lampposts. These should do the job. I buy 150-ish pieces of grass starter, say hello to Lance, and run through the volcano dungeon. I head to the island trader on day 117. I trade 50 cinder shards for the deluxe retaining soil crafting recipe. I also decide to trade 30 bone fragments for the banana pudding cooking recipe. After making a quick trip home to make a monster musk, I return to the volcano dungeon. I am happy to announce that the final monster eradication goal has been completed. We are one step closer to achieving perfection. Day 118 begins with the routine task of harvesting Joja berries and then throwing them into seed makers. I want to make the whole process quicker and more efficient, so I've made even more seed makers and placed them in here too. I've got some leftover Hyper Speed Grow, so I sprinkle it on 8 Joja berry starters. It won't make a big difference considering how many other seeds we have planted here, but I might as well use it. I spend 140,000 gold on grass starter. This stuff will literally only be used to decorate the Ginger Island farm and the farm here in Pelican Town. This is proving to be very expensive, but I will do literally anything to try to make my farms look aesthetically pleasing. I buy 100 Joja Colas. This is to cover the 100 blue items that Mr. Key wants. I trade 4 tickets for an iridium sprinkler, a plant, mega bombs, and mystery boxes. Following that, I investigate what was once the Joja Mart. There is one final bundle left for us to do in here. I only have to donate 6 of the 7 items and they shouldn't be too difficult to get. Sure, it might take a while to get them, but it won't actually be hard, if you know what I mean. I enter Caroline's sunroom for the first time in the playthrough. You know, before the 1.6 update was released, I would have came in here during the 2nd or maybe the 3rd week of spring during the 1st year. You get the crafting recipe for tea saplings for coming in here, and 1 tea sapling sold for 500 gold. But then that update came along and their value was changed to 250 gold. Don't get me wrong, it's still a nice amount of money to get for just one tea sapling, but I've kind of forgotten about them ever since that update came out. Marlin has sent me the items that I lost when I got knocked out on day 119. I'm not entirely sure why he sent me these, as I didn't ask him to. I'll take them, but I'm a bit confused. I think what might have happened is a combination of two things. When I completed the Magma Sprite eradication goal, I unlocked the ability to give Marlin a call using the telephone. While you're on call with him, you can ask him to deliver your lost items to you. Maybe that, in combination with the mail services mod, has resulted in him sending the items to me without me even asking him to. After harvesting a monster fruit, I use Marlin's boat to get to Lance's home in the Highlands. Before I can speak with Lance though, I encountered a dwarf we freed from that cage in the mountains here. They've moved into this cave and are selling some furniture items. They look cool and are pretty unique, but I doubt I'll ever buy any of them. I give all 4 monster crops to Lance, completing his mission. On a similar note, I talked to Susan about the 50 quality fertilizer I gave her. She teaches us her patented fermentation method. Beer, mead, and pale ale are now more valuable. We are on a roll right now as I complete Mr. Key's special order too. I earn a tasty 35 key gems as a reward. I send a star drop tea to Lance on day 120 as it is his birthday. That's 3 more hearts of friendship with him secured. I forgot to mention it, but I got started on decorating the farm here on Ginger Island after I completed Mr. Key's order yesterday. It's very much a work in progress, but I'm happy with how it's looking so far. I think more than anything else, I'm just happy to finally be putting the grass starter to use, especially considering how much money I spent on it. I plant starfruit here to make use of the 13 iridium sprinklers I've placed down. When these are done, I think I'll start planting every other seed so I can make sure I have all the crops I'll need for the cooking recipes in the future. Mr. Key has 2 new special orders for us. Well, I say new, but one of them is the 100 different colored items order. I'll do it again, because it gives more key gems as a reward than the other special order he's offering. I accept the other type of special order in town. Sophia wants fairy dust, fairy rose seeds, and fairy stone. The bad news is we can't buy fairy rose seeds as we aren't in fall. Now I'm really glad I decided to plant fairy roses during fall last year, because I can just throw them into the seed makers now to get the seeds I need. Lance is here on day 121. He thanks me for bringing the monster crops to him. Apparently they have some very interesting and strong arcane properties. That's not all though, as he has also left a reward for me in a chest inside his house. I send void mayonnaise to the goblin henchman. I've made the realization that he doesn't have a birthday. I think that's awfully sad, and I formally request he be given one. Please, he deserves it. I collect 38 fairy rose seeds, take the diamonds out of the crystallariums, and plop a fairy stone into one of them. This is how I will get the 5 fairy stones Sophia wants. I buy Hyper Speed Grow over in the Junimo Woods and trade prize tickets for fairy dust, artifact troves, and a lovely little decoration. I take the dust and I use it to make the crystallarium produce 2 fairy stones. These stones then go right back into another 2 crystallariums. I give a monster mushroom to Lance, buy 2 cooking recipes from Marlin, and plant my fairy rose seeds. It's Vincent's birthday on day 122, so he receives a birthday gift. I talk to Lance, and with that, his friendship has been entirely maxed out. We should have a very special event coming up soon involving the monster crops because of this. Sophia's friend, Scarlet, has come to town. If there's one thing I learned from the Mega Modded series I did, it's that it is so incredibly easy to forget about Scarlet. Scarlet only becomes an official NPC who you can give gifts to and talk to and basically work on your friendship with her if you get Sophia to 8 Hearts of Friendship. This isn't optional, by the way. You need to max out her friendship in order to achieve perfection, so we'll have to take care of that at some point. Later on, I see Sophia walking out of Harvey's clinic. She looks a bit sad, so we end up going to the saloon where she orders some Grumpleton orange chicken. That cheers her up. I trade a ticket for a Stardrop tea. You remember that very special event I mentioned involving Lance? It's about to happen. But first, I make a rain totem and I use it. I make 467,000 gold from the sale of Jojoberry starters. At this point, I think I need to admit something that I've been thinking for a while now. The remixed seeds mod is, well, it's overpowered when you use it in combination with the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. If you want to get the Jojoberry starters the intended way, you have to do the Jojo route. But I didn't, and instead I just threw all of the Jojo berries that grew from the mixed seeds into a seed maker. And now each one sells for 1,000 gold each. I'm not ashamed to admit that that is very overpowered. I'm also not ashamed to admit that I'm going to continue selling them. Anywho, after buying 50 each of the different spring seeds, I asked Robin to upgrade the house. Lance is going to a place called the Fable Reef. The members of the First/Guild live here. Lance is a member of this guild and wants to show them all of the monster crops I gave him. And so off we go together to the Fable Reef. I'm seeing some lovely forage items here, one of which I still have to throw in the shipping bin. And there are 3 or 4 fish, I think, that we can catch here too. The guild members are in disbelief when they see the monster crops. They think these crops are mighty fascinating and are extremely grateful to both me and Lance for bringing them here. I'm brought back to Ginger Island when the cutscene has concluded. But that works in my favour because I was planning on planting the parsnip, potato and garlic seeds I have anyway, so, you know. It's my birthday on day 123. Fingers crossed, this one goes better than last year's birthday when I received 0 presents. Admittedly, that was my fault because I may have not spoken to a single person that day, but anyway, let's move on. The wizard is here. At first I thought he was going to give me a present, but no. What actually happens in this cutscene is he tells us that he has been informed that we visited the Fable Reef yesterday. He wants us to meet him in his tower later on today. We have just received our first birthday gift. Mother has sent me a cake. And Father decided to send me 5,000 gold. Not a bad start at all. I visit the home of Evelyn, George and Alex where I receive the following items. A common mushroom, a salmon dinner, and 3 cookies. Something is happening involving Sophia now. Initially she was by herself in the graveyard, and when I ran into her, my farmer decided that we should visit her later on to check up on her. I receive hash browns from Penny before checking on Sophia. She is still very upset, but we watch a show on TV which makes her happier. She gives me a blueberry tart for my birthday. Pam gives me a beer, yeah, I should have seen that one coming. Robin gives me 50 pieces of wood, and the goblin henchman doesn't give me anything, but that's okay. He doesn't have a birthday, so I don't know, maybe he doesn't know what a birthday is. That's what I'm making myself believe, but in reality it's probably because my friendship just isn't high enough with him yet. The wizard gives me 5 void essence. I buy magic bait and hyperspeed grow and harvest blue jazz and tulips in Sprite Spring along with some ancient fruit in the hidden cave here. I can donate these to the bundle in the abandoned Georgia Mart because that one requires gold star ancient fruit. I take the mutant carp out of its pond and replace it with a sturgeon. The roe it produces will be turned into caviar using a preserves jar. I can donate that item to the bundle too. I donate dinosaur mayo, a gold star void salmon, a shark and a prismatic shard. I forgot to bring the 5th ancient fruit with me. That was a very silly decision on my part. The wizard has set up a teleportation circle in his basement. I use it to get to the Fable Reef. I collect all of the forage items here, the noteworthy items being the shark tooth and the golden ocean flower. Next, it's time for some fishing. I eat a dish of the sea for a +3 fishing boost. And I got a +3 in fishing when I went swimming in Sprite Spring earlier too. So it should be really easy to get all of the new fish here. I catch the torpedo trout first, then a second new legendary fish appears. I was very anxious when I realized it was a legendary fish. However, thanks in large part to the fishing boost I have, this ended up being the easiest fishing experience of the entire playthrough so far. The turret fish has been caught. Next we have the daggerfish, followed by the arrowhead shark. Finally, with the viper eel acquired, we have caught all of the fish we can in this location. There are now only 3 fish remaining in the entire game. I'm going to start day 124 by showing you all of the gifts that I was sent in the mail. So this confirms that if you don't talk to a villager on your birthday and you have a high enough friendship with them, they'll send your gift in the mail the following day. I'm getting a lot of cooked dishes and some other goodies like ancient fruit, rare seeds, an iridium sprinkler and a void egg. I think it's a fairly balanced mod, right? Like I didn't get any of these things in the first year because my friendships weren't high enough with the villagers. So it's kind of like if you work hard on your friendships with the villagers, you'll be rewarded by getting some lovely items like these ones. I pay a visit to Sophia as I'm determined to unlock Scarlet as an NPC as quickly as possible. I have some lore to share with you all, and unfortunately, it isn't lighthearted stuff. Sophia's parents were involved in a car crash. Things didn't end well for either one of them. Gus and Lewis knocked on Sophia's door that night to tell her about what happened. This cutscene actually got to me the first time I watched it. It's awfully sad, and you can't help but feel just so much sympathy for Sophia. This is a bad time to kind of segue to a different topic, but it has to be done. I visit the bookseller where I buy the Queen of Sauce cookbook and a couple other books. The cookbook was my main priority though, as it let you unlock all of the cooking recipes that you would usually only be able to get by watching the Queen of Sauce TV show. It might be time for me to buy a fridge or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 from Robin and maybe put all of the cooking ingredients I have into them, just to be prepared for when I do start cooking everything. I pick up an ancient fruit in Sprite Spring, which means I can now donate all 5. I harvest parsnips and potatoes on Ginger Island and plant the garlic, tulip and blue jazz seeds I have. I complete Mr. Key's order and dig up a golden walnut and an ostrich egg. The sturgeon has produced roe on day 125, now I'm just waiting for it to be processed into caviar. I plant mahogany tree saplings, sprinkle fertilizer on them and add more preserve jars to the pond area. Then I visit the wizard. He says something that really bothers me during the conversation that ensues. We were talking about plants and crops and he says he enjoys, that whole thing. But he also says, it's one of the reasons that Caroline and I... and then trails off. And then mentions her sunroom. First of all, how does he know that Caroline has a sunroom? Secondly, the way I see it, this implies that there's something going on between the wizard and Caroline. Or at the very least, it implies there may have been something in the past. If we ever get solid confirmation that there was or is, and the wizard or Caroline or both of them were not loyal to their partners, I will never ever refer to them by name again. I will just refuse to acknowledge their existence, both of them, forever. Anyway, let's move on to a nicer topic now. I help Sophia clean her parents' room and make it all neat and tidy. She thanks me for my help and says she will send me something really special in the mail tomorrow. The egg festival takes place today. I don't buy anything from the stall, but I do take part in the egg hunt. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't attend this festival last year, so I'd like to win this if I can. And I do. I received the straw hat for the first time in this playthrough, which is also the first time I didn't get it during the first year. Sophia has sent me a bottle of aged Blue Moon wine on the morning of day 126. This stuff is worth 10,000 gold and gives a massive +7 luck bonus. I'm gonna hold on to it. I'm sure something will come up in the future where the luck bonus will be quite handy. I harvest the star fruit that is grown in this greenhouse, plant Joja berry starters and ask Robin to add a cellar to the house. Not only will this allow me to upgrade our wine to silver, gold and iridium quality, but we will also receive the crafting recipe for the cask when the cellar has been built. I harvest garlic and potatoes, plant blue jazz and kale seeds and spend the remainder of the night spreading grass on the farm. For aesthetic purposes, of course. Tulips and fairy roses have been harvested on day 127. I plant kale and cauliflower seeds. I'm cycling through all of the spring seeds basically. Mr. Key wants me to ship 100,000 gold worth of freshly cooked items. That I can do. The desert festival is on for the next 3 days. I asked the chef here to make me a dish consisting of rare fruit and uncomfortably hot sauce. The resulting dish gives me a speed and luck boost. I accept a quest from Marlin to reach level 30 of the Skull Caverinos. I will receive 50 calico eggs if I can do this. These eggs can be traded for items being sold at the stalls here in the desert. There's not much to be said about my time in the Caverinos. It's the same as usual, except I'm picking up calico eggs along with the items we would normally find inside here. I make it to floor 30 with no hassle and I proceed all the way to level 75. After leaving the caverns, I tell Gil I got an egg rating of 25. He gives me 200 calico eggs and his hat. Jazz is selling fairy rose seeds, so I trade 125 eggs for all 25 of them. Pamela is selling certain beverages. I don't think this is a surprise to anybody. I grab 52 strawberry seeds and 2 lucky lunches from another trader and 1 fairy rose seed from the traveling cart. The banana and mango trees have fully grown on day 128, so they've started producing fruit. I grab 17 fairy rose seeds and accept an order from Gustavo. He wants 24 eggs. Over on Ginger Island, I place a banana on this podium thingy and I receive 3 golden walnuts for doing so. I harvest starfruit and fairy roses and plant cauliflower, cucumber, green bean and strawberry seeds. I make 10 fairy dust, convert fairy roses into fairy rose seeds and collect 5 fairy stone. We now have everything we need for Sophia, so I drop them off in the chest outside her house. She'll finally have the elusive fairy garden she has always wanted. With a somewhat heavy heart, I spend 200,000 gold on 669 coffee. If I turn these into triple shot espressos and toss them into the shipping bin, I'll complete Mr. Key's order. Lance has used magic to make us invisible to the monsters here in the Highlands. We take a wonderful trip around the area, taking in all of the sights and sounds. As it is raining, a green mushroom monster can spawn. It drops a green mushroom which I need for the shipping collection, so I must get my hands on one. And I do. I make triple shot espressos and toss them into the shipping bin. Scarlet has officially become a villager on day 129. We now have another friendship to work on, but it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. I spend the day going through the volcano dungeon breaking the boxes inside here. I still have to get a couple of walnuts from them. I take a trip to Robin's on day 130. With all of the main upgrades for the house out of the way, we can now do something very nice for a certain villager. If we give 500,000 gold to Robin, then she will build a lovely house for Pamela. And I will do that before the playthrough ends. For now, I buy a workbench, then I buy some ore from Clinton. I want to get a head start on getting all of the crafting and cooking ingredients ready, so I stock up on fridges too. I take a quick break to harvest kale and blue jazz on Ginger Island before returning home. I spend the remainder of the day putting cooking ingredients inside the fridge. I need rhubarb for a dish or two, so I grab 50 seeds from the shop in the desert. I plant a couple of them and red cabbage seeds in the greenhouse. Day 131 begins with a bit of a nostalgic foraging run at the beach where I collect clams and oysters. I make a butter churner. This is a brand new item and I've sort of only just realized it was added to the game by the Stardew Valley Expanded update. I need butter for cooking purposes, so I toss some milk into the churners. I need milk, just normal milk by itself, for future cooking recipes. So I've moved the machines in here away from the chest and the auto grabber so the milk won't automatically be turned into cheese. I replaced the crimson fish with a sturgeon. I took it out of the original pond it was in, but I forgot I'll need more than one caviar as I have to ship it as well as donate it to the final bundle. I encounter a bear in the secret woods. I give him some maple syrup, which is more than enough for him to decide that he wants to be my friend. It also turns out, this bear has a shop in the big forest. I go there and buy the baked berry oatmeal and the flour cookie cooking recipes. Butter is ready for collection on day 132, and that's all I did today. Yeah, I felt a bit lazy, I won't lie. Unfortunately, I have to start day 133 with some bad news and an apology of sorts. There's no gameplay audio. I have no idea why, it's just gone. As of me writing this, the script I mean, I don't know whether the remaining footage in spring will have audio. I really hope it does, or I will be so upset. After chopping down mahogany trees and buying a stack of stone from Robin, I ask her to build the premium barn. This is another new addition. I'm really liking all of the changes and the new things from the Stardew Valley Expanded update so far. I dropped some eggs off at the saloon for Gustavo. Not enough to finish a special order, but it's still something. The rest of the day is spent chopping down trees and cleaning up the farm. I've decided to prepare an area for the obelisks I will be buying in the future on day 134. Also, in regards to the gameplay audio, it's gone until the end of spring. Believe me, I am so annoyed with myself for not checking it while I was recording. I hope this doesn't ruin the video for you. I'll pay better attention next time I'm recording. I'll make sure this doesn't happen for the rest of this playthrough. In news that also isn't the greatest, the 2 special orders that are available this week do not have a crafting recipe associated with them. The Skull Caverns have received an overhaul and we have to reach floor 100. Not only will we get 40 key gems as a reward, but radioactive ore can also be found in these caverinos which we need for crafting recipes. Day 135 begins with an activity that I shall be doing basically every day from now on. I chop down the mahogany trees that have grown, plant mahogany seeds in their place, and sprinkle fertilizer on the seeds. I want to make the process of getting to floor 100 in the caverinos as easy as possible, so I buy 150 mega bombs from the dwarf. I spend the remainder of the day inside here. It was actually very challenging, which kinda surprised me. The monsters inside here have received an upgrade, so they do a lot more damage, and I almost got knocked out a few times. But I persevered and reached floor 100 at around 1 AM. I make a heavy furnace on day 136. This is a wonderful piece of machinery. You can put 25 pieces of ore and 3 coal into it, and it will produce 5 or 6 bars. The flower festival takes place today, so it's basically a day off. I can just relax and not do any work. The ponds on the farm have been moved to a different location on day 137. When all is said and done, 6 ponds will be in this spot right here. I put the last few eggs in the fridge in the saloon, completing Gustavo's order. Then I harvest cucumber, pineapples and cauliflower. And that is all of the spring crops planted and harvested. I'll be doing the same for the summer crops, but I won't mention every time I harvest them. I'll just let you know when I've started the process of planting the seeds. I buy all but 2 crafting recipes in Mr. Key's walnut room using my gems. I need 50 more gems for the heavy tapper and the hyper speed grow crafting recipes, and that's it. I find a golden walnut in a chest in the volcano dungeon and another in a box that I broke open. And that was the 130th golden walnut we've collected overall. So we can check the golden walnuts off the list of things we need to do to achieve perfection. Gustavo sends me a fridge on day 138. You know what? It might not be a crafting recipe, but it's useful all the same. With the premium barn built, I ask Robin to add the premium coop to the farm too. Because the premium barn isn't an upgrade but rather its own separate building, I have to move all of the existing barn animals to the premium barn. On a related note, we can now buy a camel for Marnie. Another new thing, I shouldn't be surprised that we're still discovering new additions from the update, but I am, and it's a wonderful feeling. I move all of the machinery into the premium barn and put an ostrich egg into the incubator. I end the day by placing pathways down around the ponds. I'm gonna do my best to really spruce up the farm and try to make it look as good as possible before we're finished here. Something is happening at the abandoned farm in the big forest. I have been waiting so long for this moment. There's no time for dilly-dallying on day 139 as I make a beeline for that farm. I explore the farmhouse and I find a golden scroll. Just like the one I found in the community center last year, I can't read this one either. And so I asked the wizard to shed some light on what the scroll says. He doesn't know. Yeah, the wizard has no idea what is written on it. He calls upon a good friend of his to help us. Camilla is finally here. This is the witch who oversees the largest magical barrier in the world. She does what the wizard cannot and deciphers the scroll. Apparently, a Junimo wants me to bring 200 pieces of starfruit to that farmhouse. This is why I made sure to plant plenty of starfruit seeds multiple times. I have more than enough, so I drop them off inside the house. Day 140 is here and I couldn't be any happier because that means we're about to get our gameplay audio back. But before that happens, I have to finish the final day of spring. I begin by harvesting jojo berries and collecting some from the Junimo huts. Inside the greenhouse, I harvest even more berries alongside some rhubarb and tea leaves. Every single one of these berries are going to be turned into jojo berry starters, which means we are about to become very, very rich. I make 23 seed makers to speed things up even more and sell over 1,000 jojo berry starters. I use my newfound fortune to build the earth and ocean obelisks on the farm. I also get rid of the barn because we don't need it anymore now that we have the premium one. I spend the remainder of the night collecting bug meat and bat wings for crafting recipes. And that is the end of our second spring here in Stardew Valley. The gameplay audio is back on day 141 and I couldn't be any happier about it. As if things couldn't get any better, I run into a bear outside Marnie's shop. It appears we're now able to buy bears from Marnie. I've got no idea what they do, so it should be fun finding out. I enter the abandoned farmhouse in the big forest and I go down into the basement. The time has come for us to finally meet the Junimo who lives inside here. Apples is their name and they are over the moon to see us. They want us to come back here tomorrow, so we should be able to start giving them gifts and talking to them and just overall working on our friendship with them. The Joja clearance bin has been moved to Marnie's shop. The sort of canonical reason, I guess, is that Shane just took it with him from Joja Mart when the shop closed down. I buy 2 eggs followed by 3 more eggs because the raccoon wants 5 eggs. I collect some Joja berries from the Junimos and pop them into the seed makers. After reaching a total of almost 2,000 Joja berry starters, I sell them all to Peary the platypus, bringing me up to a total of 2 million gold. I make a beach warp totem as I want to go to Ginger Island. I need to collect my dragon tooth. Dragon teeth? Dragon tooth? What's the plural of dragon tooth? Is it dragon teeth? Anyway, I want to collect my dragon teeth from a chest over there, but I cannot as William's shop is closed. It's not all bad news though, as Caroline has finally given us a special order. She wants us to grow and ship 100 pineapples. I am more than ready for this order. I've been waiting for this ever since I unlocked Ginger Island. I grab a starfruit from a chest on day 142 as I would like to give it to Apples today. I wanted to see if I'd picked up the ice rod trinket at any point and just tossed it in here without realizing. That's when I spotted them. My dragon teeth. I need these. Yoink. I collect camel wool from the barn and I move all of my coop animals to the newly built premium coop. I make a yarn spooler and toss a piece of camel wool into it before heading over to the wizard's tower. I buy the desert obelisk and I put it in the wrong spot. Whoops. I buy the island obelisk and I move the desert one into the correct position. And with that, all 4 obelisks are now on the farm. The next big purchase we make should be the golden clock, unless something else has been added with the Stardew Valley Expanded mod, in which case I'll try to get that one first. Apples isn't in the farmhouse. I'm confused. They told me to come back here today so I could be friends with them. I feel like I've been bamboozled here, flim-flammed, hoodwinked, dare I even say I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Feeling the most betrayed I have ever felt in my entire life, I use my new obelisk to teleport to Ginger Island. I plant all of the pineapple seeds I have, enter Key's walnut room and accept a special order. The mines have received an upgrade. My mission is to reach floor 120 and they're all over again. I buy mega bombs from the dwarf and I get started on this adventure. I'm using gold star jojo berries for health and energy, so I'm about as safe as I can be inside here. With that being said, it wasn't easy. These enemies are very tough and I came close to being knocked out several times. I'm happy enough with the progress I'm making though. I reach floor 22 before passing out. I make a potentially horrendous choice on day 143. I consume a monster musk before returning to the mines. I'm hoping I'll get a bunch of good monster loot by doing this. I'm using a trinket called the Basilisk Paw. This one is pretty simple in its effect. It makes me immune to debuffs. There's an enemy inside these mines. It's a green ghost, and if it hits you, you get the nauseated debuff. It prevents you from eating and I think drinking too for like 2 minutes. Basically, as soon as I get hit with it, I'd have to leave the mines. Otherwise, I would 100% get knocked out. I make slow and steady progress up until 4 PM. I didn't get knocked out or anything, I just left the mines to ask Robin to build a pond. Then I returned to the mines. The monster musk is really working in my favor as enemies are dropping so much coal. I don't think I'll ever be short on this item ever again. I encounter a green ghost on floor 55 and I wasn't hit with the nauseated debuff, so I think we're safe. It looks like the trinket is working as intended. I pass out on floor 66. Apples is finally in the farmhouse on day 144, which means I can begin giving them starfruit and talking to them. Apples doesn't have a birthday, which I think that is a complete travesty. And on top of that, I can't get the extra 3 hearts of friendship with them by giving them a starfruit on their birthday, which also is a travesty. In more positive news, however, I've created a teleportation circle down here in the basement. That, I believe, is the second last teleportation circle I can make. It's back to the mines for what feels like the millionth time in this playthrough. I breezed through this place, making it all the way down to floor 104. I would have made it to floor 105, but I misplaced a staircase. Oops. Camilla is here on the morning of day 145. She takes me to the Enchanted Grove. She's impressed with how many teleportation circles I have and decides that we are worthy of being brought to the Galdoran continent. I remember this place being pretty tough before the update. I would say it was around an 8 out of 10 in terms of difficulty, maybe a 9 actually, now that I think about it. When you consider that the place that Lance lives, the Highlands, was buffed, as in the update made the enemies tougher and made them spawn in a lot more, I feel like something similar might happen with this area too. I feel like the enemies here have been buffed, which isn't good for us. We'll find out very soon because we've created a teleportation circle here in Galdora so we can come back here anytime we want. But first I harvest some pineapples on Ginger Island and toss them into the shipping bin. I open a chest beside the watchtower here in Galdora and find a piece of paper. It tells me when the shop here will be open. Well, it's not really a shop, now that I think about it. It's more like 3 people who will sell different things on different days. I want to be prepared for when somebody is selling things, so I sell a ton of Joja Berry starters. I grab 500 deluxe speed grow while I'm here, along with 50 each of the summer seeds. I pay a visit to the Adventurers Guild where I find Gunther and Marlin having a conversation. Gunther wants to explore the mines but needs somebody to accompany him down there to, keep him safe. I shall do it, so we will meet with him tomorrow or the next day and help him out. I buy a master slingshot and I equip iridium ore to it. Before I go back to Galdora, I want to quickly finish off Mr. Key's quest. So I use the bombs I bought from the dwarf to make it all the way down to floor 120. Mission accomplished. It's too late for me to feel comfortable exploring Galdora, so I opt instead to make a mini forge. My plan was to use 3 galaxy souls to upgrade the galaxy sword, but I only have 1 on me, and it would cost 80 key gems to buy the other 2 souls from Mr. Key's walnut room. So I just buy the remaining 2 crafting recipes inside here instead. I grab a golden ocean flower on day 146 and I send it to Martin for his birthday. Now, no more dilly-dallying. Let's do this. It takes maybe a couple of minutes for me to remember just how dangerous this place really is. There are 2 fish we can catch here, and I would like to get them out of the way before doing anything else. My plan was to build a wooden fence around me to keep most of the monsters out. Unfortunately, I clearly didn't think this through, as I'm wearing the napalm ring, which means that anytime I defeated an enemy near these fences, they were destroyed. Let's try that again, shall we? There we go, that's better. I catch the undead fish and I breathe a massive sigh of relief as I catch the bonefish too. We now have 1 single fish left to catch. But we have to wait until fall arrives until we can get our hands on that one. I gallivant around the area collecting void souls, void pebbles and red slime eggs. I'm taking a lot of damage from these enemies, but I've mastered the art of very quickly swapping to my food and eating it just before I get knocked out. At least that's what I thought until I was knocked out. Luckily I didn't lose anything too important. I will have to get another rusty blade though, I need that for the shipping collection. I spend the remainder of the day here just getting a feel for the place more than anything else. The scorpions are dangerous, very dangerous, that is my biggest takeaway. Even just walking into one of them takes away around 80% of our health. I make a bombardier elixir on day 147. This potion will give me plus 50 attack. Merlin has sent me the rusty sword I lost yesterday, thank you. I still have no idea why this happens automatically, but I won't complain about it. Camilla is selling a bunch of elixirs here in Galdora. One of them is the lightning elixir, which gives me a plus 8 speed boost for a minute. Another is the Aegis elixir. This one makes me invincible for 17 seconds. Right, okay, this changes everything. My original plan was to painstakingly fight my way through the dozens and dozens and dozens of enemies here in the southwest of the map. But I'm going to take a bit of a risk. I drink the Aegis and lightning elixirs and I make a beeline for the treasure room. It goes flawlessly and I make it inside here without being knocked out or even damaged at all. I use a prismatic shard to open the chest inside here and I receive the galaxy slingshot. This is going to be my weapon of choice to take down the giant serpent in this area. But I'm getting ahead of myself. See, we just did the easy part. The hard part is getting back out of here. All of those enemies we ran past to get inside here, they're still outside, they're still there and they still want to hurt me. I only had 1 invincibility potion, so that isn't an option either. I mentally prepare... You know what? No, I'm not even going to say anymore. I'm going to be quiet for a bit and just let you all watch what happens next. That was close. Way too close. At one point, my health literally dropped to 0 right as I went to eat the Joja berry. The game was very kind to me there. Realistically, it could have chosen to just knock me out, despite me having the Joja berry ready to eat in my hand. But we made it. I clear out some more enemies here before I decide it's time to officially battle the giant serpent. This was a nerve-wracking experience. I mostly played it safe. I used the galaxy slingshot to attack it from a distance. But there were a couple of times where I just went all in and whacked it with the galaxy sword as much as I could. In the end, this absolute behemoth was defeated. It drops a void shard. Yoink, and that's going into the shipping bin. I'm already happy to say that I'm having a fantastic day so far. But the day becomes truly golden when I discover that an ostrich has appeared in the barn. I call it Dawson. I've tossed a void eel into the pond here. I meant to throw one of the legendary fish inside here. I zoned out and I wasn't paying attention. Camilla is here again on day 148. She says the lands beyond this bridge are breathtaking. We can't go through there though because the bridge is all kinds of messed up. Luckily for me, Kamala will fix it. Now I wish I could say that she just fixed the bridge here and now without asking me for anything in return, but no, of course not. She wants items in return, of course she does. Marlin is here on the farm too. He's holding a meeting in the Adventurers Guild at midnight and wants us to attend it. Mr. Key has also decided to show up and announce that he has added a new song to the jukebox. It's called the Stardew Valley Expanded trailer. What a very eventful morning. I believe this cutscene here with Mr. Key is like the Stardew Valley Expanded mod's way of saying well done on getting inside the treasure cave. Which is nice, it's good to be rewarded for that. Now, back to Kamala. My goodness, she wants all of these items. Some of these are easy enough considering I have them already, but others like the red slime eggs, the monster fruit and the void souls will require a lot of work on my part. I buy 10 hyperspeed grow, plant some monster fruit seeds on Ginger Island and sprinkle the speed grow on them. I also plant seeds for the summer crops and use the luck speed grow on them. I give a void mayo to the henchman and I spend most of the day in the Gobland. I need to collect swamp essence inside here for Kamala. I wrap this up before midnight. Now all I need are red slime eggs, void souls and the monster fruit. To finish off the day we've got another couple of cutscenes. The first involves Gunther. I accompany him through the mines, protecting him while he does his research in here. It goes well, and he says he'll send us a ton of gold in the mail soon as a thank you. Next up is the meeting with Marlin. Alicia, Lance, and Isaac are here too. This is brand new, this cutscene right here. This must have been added with the update. According to Marlin, there are 3 legendary monsters. The purple mushroom crab is in the Gobland, the golden slime is in the Highlands, and the diamond sand scorpion is in Galdora. Or the Crimson Badlands as Marlin refers to it as here. Alicia and Isaac will search for the Diamond Scorpion. Lance has been assigned the Golden Slime and Marlin is going after the Purple Mushroom Crab. Marlin says that I will assist with all regions. Alright, I'm thinking maybe we're going to battle with these adventurers against the legendary monsters. That should be really fun. I think I mentioned before that I hope in the future they add like a storyline involving Alicia and us battling a monster together. It looks like that's happening. I'm really looking forward to doing this now, and I mean legendary monsters, that's going to be cool by itself, right? I cook all of the dishes I can on day 149. I was going to wait until I've unlocked all of the recipes and make all of them at the same time, but I feel like that's an almost guaranteed way for me to miss out on at least one ingredient, and I really don't want to have to wait weeks in game to be able to get a single or maybe even 2 or 3 ingredients. I'm doing the exact same thing with the crafting recipes. Gunther has sent me 20,000 gold for helping him with his escapades in the mines. Not necessary, but very much appreciated. I buy a spangle and a poppy seed and I use them to make the tub of flowers recipe. Kamala has left a chest here at the bridge, so I toss all of the items I can into it. I still have to get void souls, red slime eggs and monster fruit. Circling back to the cooking recipes, I have to get an eel and use it to cook a fried eel. And I need a winter star rose to make the flour cookie. I also have to keep an eye out for 9 recipes I have yet to discover. I make Kamala's mission a priority for the time being. I have monster fruit growing over on Ginger Island, so all I have to do is search Galdora for red slime eggs and void souls. I'm also keeping an eye out for the diamond scorpion monster while I'm here. I got knocked out. This area is very humbling, I must say. This is definitely the most challenging place combat-wise in the entire game in my opinion. Day 150 is off to a lovely start as Scarlet has sent me a cooking recipe. I throw 20 void souls into the chest, grab some raisins for the dehydrator and return to Galdora. I found 3 red slime eggs. Then this happened. Yeah, this isn't good. Now, the smart thing to do would be to skedaddle out of here and come back tomorrow. The fun thing to do would be to see how long I can last against what seems like a never-ending amount of these giant serpents. I'm using a healthy mix of the slingshot and the galaxy sword. Until I run out of iridium ore, that is. This is where things get interesting. I make what I already know is my final stand. I gobble Joja berries and swing my sword like my life depends on it. Because it kinda does. And I have to admit, this was the most fun I've had in this playthrough so far. Eventually, I do get knocked out, but that was to be expected. I've got 13 treasure chests, which means I defeated at least 13 of those serpents. I find a few more slime eggs, then I take on the serpents again. I defeated as many of them as I could, but I eventually ran out of Joja berries and I had to retreat. I collect gold star Joja berries from a Junimo hut on day 151, not just once, but twice. I make 3 elixirs to cross them off the list of items I still have to craft, then I finish off collecting the red slime eggs. I was hoping to find the diamond scorpion, but no luck today. The luau takes place, so I attend that festival. I wasn't sure if I came here last year, but I think I remember buying a cooking recipe at the beach during the previous summer, so I think I did. Still, better safe than sorry. And I threw a gold star goat cheese into the soup. This gets the best reaction from the governor, which means I've earned some bonus friendship points with the villagers here. Just before the night ends, I toss the slime eggs I gathered into the chest, harvest pineapples and place them into the bin of shipping. Isaac is selling some lovely goods on day 152. I buy the Tempered Galaxy Sword, Galdoran Night Boots and some potions. I reckon the best way for me to test out my new equipment would be to hopefully find the Diamond Scorpion and battle it. It takes a while, but it eventually emerges and the fight begins. It wasn't too bad. The Ice Rod trinket kept it frozen in place, so I just swung my sword at it over and over and over again. I get a treasure chest, a Galdoran gem and a magic lamp. 1 out of the 3 legendary monsters have been defeated. In completely unrelated news, geese are now being sold at Marnie's shop. I buy one of them and I call it Paulina. Doreen the bear has also been added to the farm. The Diamond Scorpion dropped a golden carrot seed, so I plant that and sprinkle Hyper Speed Grow on it. There's still a bit of time left in the day, so I decide to go after the golden slime. I couldn't find it. I might have to call upon an old friend soon. The monster musk might make its return. I've made a discovery on day 153. The genie lamp that I got from the Diamond Scorpion over in Galdora. I have a quest to give this to Marlin along with the items that the 2 other monsters drop. However, it looks like I also have to ship all 3 of them. So I'm going to be taking on each monster at least twice in this playthrough. With that in mind, I head back to Galdora in search of the Diamond Scorpion again. I took a bit of a detour and I went in the direction of the cave we found the Galaxy Slingshot in. For a few seconds, I truly did believe I had made a terrible mistake. But in the end, I persevered and defeated all of the enemies here. I enter the cave for the second time, but it's empty, as to be expected. The Diamond Scorpion has chosen to be unbelievably kind to me and has shown up again. I defeat it and I obtain my second magic lamp. Let's turn our attention to the gold slime now. I wasn't able to find it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use a monster musk here. A jar of honey and an ostrich egg are ready to collect on day 154. Sweet, I have to ship these. I harvest enough pineapples to finish off Caroline's quest. We should get the crafting recipe for the solar panel in the mail tomorrow morning. I consume a spicy eel and a hero elixir for a wonderful +4 speed boost in total. I spend a solid few minutes running around the Gobland, but I couldn't find the purple mushroom crab monster. I don't think I'm a fan of this, to be honest. In general, I'm not too big on the whole go here and maybe this enemy will show up, or maybe not, brother, thing in video games. It's probably because I spent a considerable portion of my life fighting boss monsters in the Borderlands games for legendary weapons. But I don't know, I feel like these enemies should be a guaranteed spawn. Like if you go around the entire area, then at some point you'll come across them. The one exception is if the reward is entirely busted, right? Like if you get an extraordinarily valuable or useful reward, then what I said here doesn't apply. Basically what I'm trying to say is it has to feel like it was worth it. So maybe I'm jumping the gun on not liking this. I'll wait until the reward has been given to us and then make my decision. Anywhomst, I moved to the highlands in search of the golden slime. I found it, and I defeated it, and the gold egg it drops fell on the ground. And it remained on the ground until it suddenly decided it wanted to go for a swim. So yeah, technically I found and defeated the golden slime, but I have nothing to show for it, so it may as well have not even happened. That's a sad way to end the day. In brighter news, Leo has sent me a cooking recipe and Caroline has sent me the solar panel crafting recipe on day 155. These orders are not what I'm looking for. I wanted one from Linus, so respectfully, no to both of you. I give a void essence to Krobus completely by accident. I thought it was a void soul. He didn't like this gift, which makes sense considering you get them by defeating shadow people. So basically I gave him proof that I've been hurting his friends and family. Sorry about that. I consume a monster musk and I return to the highlands. The gold slime spawns in almost immediately. This might just be a coincidence, but to err on the side of caution, I'm gonna use the Monster Musk anytime I go searching for these monsters again in the future. It drops the gold slime egg, and thankfully I'm able to pick it up this time. I encounter the purple mushroom monster just as quickly in the Gobland. This is definitely the easiest of the three to defeat. It drops the mega purple mushroom, so I deliver all 3 legendary items to Merlin. And that is the end of that mission. I ask Robin to build me a pond, and I spend the evening doing a bit of decorating. The sad thing is, this involves getting rid of the tree farm. Isaac is here on day 156. The reward for defeating the legendary monsters has been left in a chest in Galdora. It looks like we've got 2 rewards. The first is the monster splitter, and the second is the heavy shield. The sword does between 850 and 1000 damage. The shield gives us 35 defense when we're holding it. Cards on the table here, I'm a million times more interested in the sword. It swings very slowly, but we can change that for the better. I use the mini force to enchant it with 3 emeralds. It goes from having minus 10 speed to minus 2 speed. Alright, I'll take that. I'm also going to start using the fairy box trinket instead of the ice rod. The monsters I'm fighting now tend to do a lot of damage, so I'd prefer to have the health regeneration that the fairy box gives me. I use bombs to get rid of the trees, and I spend the night cleaning up the farm. I grab Joja berries from the 1, 2, 3, 4 Junimo huts on the morning of day 157. Oh, and a gold carrot. We could end up getting a solid 5, maybe even 6 million gold when these berries have been turned into Joja berry starters. That would go a long way in helping me buy the gold clock for 10 million gold. I took the monster splitter for a test run in Galdora. I wasn't paying attention and I got knocked out. That wasn't the sword's fault though, that was my fault. I take full responsibility for this one. Round 2, here we go. It's defeating all of the enemies in one hit. Okay, yeah, that whole thing I was talking about when it comes to having to search for enemies that aren't guaranteed to spawn. This one falls into the category of it being done correctly. It was worth it because of the reward you get at the end. I even took on the giant serpent, except this time I was the one chasing it around. It didn't last very long either. This sword is extremely powerful. I'm really happy with this reward. Day 158 begins in the Gobland. I still have to ship the mega purple mushroom and a gold slime egg. I find the purple mushroom crab and very quickly take it out. This weapon is so good, especially after enchanting it with 3 emeralds. Over in the highlands I do not find the gold slime. On the other hand, I'm happy to report that the monster splitter is making very quick work of all of the enemies here. A goose egg has been produced on day 159. I toss it into a mayonnaise machine before entering the skull caverns. I want to get some iridium ore just in case I need iridium bars in the future for anything. The caverinos are now an absolute walk in the park. Enemies are going down in just one hit and they explode because of the napalm rings, so it's very easy to find all of the staircases and shafts in here. I make it down to floor 100 where I meet Mr. Key. He gives me iridium snake milk, which I drink and receive a permanent 25 health point boost. I used iridium bars to reforge the fairy box on day 160. The best I end up with is level 3. I think level 5 is the maximum, so it would have been nice to get that one, but I'll take level 3. I do something I should have done quite a while ago. I buy the animal catalogue from Marnie. I can now use her shop even if she isn't here. I add 4 more geese to the coop. I would like to give a warm welcome to Billy, Eddie, Sammy, and Stanley. The legendary slime has been found. I defeat it and I grab the gold egg it drops. Assuming I don't need the legendary items anymore, as I've now thrown all 3 into the shipping bin, we don't have to deal with these monsters from now on. It was fun taking them on, the reward was perfect for the level of difficulty and effort involved, and looking back on it, it didn't take too long to find all of them twice. So, all in all, everything considered, this whole storyline with the legendary monsters was really well done in my opinion. I've made a shocking discovery on day 161. The area I made for the golden clock, it's off-center. I cannot allow this to exist on my farm, I have to fix it. Alright, that's a lot better, I'm happy again. I add stone pathways in various locations around the farm, harvest and collect more Joja berries than I know what to do with, and toss them into the seed maker. So I guess maybe I did know what to do with them. Alright, never mind. I asked the wizard to get rid of a shed I'm not using and move the silo and a shed to a different spot on the farm. Here is how things are looking right now. My plan for it is pretty simple. We've done most of the work, there's just a few small things remaining. I want to add a pond here, have the gold clock built here, place grass, well, everywhere on the farm to be honest, and maybe move the field of crops over 2 or 3 blocks, or find something else to put in that empty row on the left. I'm not sure which one I'll do yet, but yeah, it's looking good. I'll try to get most of that done before summer ends. For now, let's move on to day 162. I grab a goose egg, which will be thrown into the shipping bin, or the mayonnaise machine actually, that might be a better shout. I noticed there's 2 eggs in the shipping collection that look exactly the same. According to the Look Up Anything mod, one of them is a golden goose egg. I'm operating under the assumption that we get that from a goose as well as the normal egg. Here's hoping, otherwise I have no idea where to get it. I place more stone pathways and prepare an area for the next and also final pond I will be asking Robin to build. I've collected sturgeon roe, so caviar will be made very soon. I've done a bit of work on the ponds. I forgot to bring the crimson fish with me, but that will be going into the bottom right pond. Monster fruit are ready for harvest. I honestly forgot all about these. In terms of perfection, we're at 76%. We're definitely closing in on that 100% goal. At the rate things are going now, I feel like it's entirely possible for us to get 100% perfection by the end of spring in year 3. I have a good feeling about that. I toss the monster fruit into the chest at the bridge before passing out. A green mist has descended upon the valley on day 163. I toss the crimson fish into its pond and ask Robin to build a pond. Ooh, it's off center. Alright, I need to fix that. One moment please, there we go, that's so much better. Linus wants me to fish trash out of the water here in town. This should result in us unlocking the final crafting recipe unless I am very much mistaken. Camilla has fixed the broken bridge on day 164. I forgot to turn off the flashing lights effect and there was a lot of that going on in the cutscene where she did it, so I don't feel comfortable showing it, just to be on the safe side. I place sturgeon roe into a preserves jar and buy the Void Delight cooking recipe from Krobus. It's time for some fishing now. This little bit of water here is the best place to go fishing in. Level 100 of the mines is also really good in terms of getting trash, but here is even better in my opinion. It doesn't take long for me to get all 20 pieces, which I throw into the dumpster to complete Linus's order. I found a necklace while I was fishing. Neat, I might keep this. I've started accepting jobs as often as I can again. I haven't been doing it as much during the last couple of weeks, but I really want to get as many tickets as I can. Hopefully I can then build up a nice collection of Stardrop tea. I make the statue of the Dwarf King and the statue of Blessings. The Dwarf King statue, that one gives you a random mining related power every single day. And the statue of Blessings just gives you a random power up every day as well. For example, I got +1 luck today from that Blessing statue. With the bridge on the farm repaired, we can finally see what's on the other side. The answer? Everything and nothing. That sounded a lot more philosophical than I thought it would. Basically, there's hundreds of boulders and trees, stone, wood, fiber, all that kind of stuff here. But there's no missions or anything like that, like no new jobs to do. It doesn't look like there is anyway, but I haven't explored much of it so far. There is a cave full of geodes and gems, so this is pretty neat. I'll come back here soon and see what else it has to offer. Linus has sent me the crafting recipe for fiber seeds on day 165. I make them and I do not get the achievement for crafting every item. We're missing something. I know with 100% certainty that I've made everything in vanilla Stardew Valley. I've also made everything that was in the expanded mod before the update, so it has to be something new. We've made 99% of the crafting recipes so far, so I'm very much leaning towards it being just one crafting recipe we have left, as opposed to 2 or more of them. I can't think of any new shops that have been added, and the only new NPC is the henchman as far as I'm aware. So I'm thinking we get it from him at some point. Again, I'm not entirely sure, but it makes the most sense to me right now. I had plenty of time to think about this whole kerfuffle while attempting to catch an eel here in the Fable Reef. Normally you can only catch the eel during spring and fall. I'm not sure about winter, but I know you can't catch it during summer under normal circumstances, but the Fable Reef allows you to catch it during summer. However, what I didn't consider when I came here is that it isn't raining, so it won't spawn. It took me a while to figure that out. That was kind of embarrassing. It's day 166, and I feel like the odds of us getting the gold clock before the end of summer, or day 168, are very high. I have 8 stacks of Joja Berry starters ready to sell, so that's like 8 million gold right off the bat. I've got hundreds and hundreds of crappie whoppies I have no use for anymore, considering I've made most of the cooking recipes. So I place kegs in the shed and I fill them with the crops. The starfruit are going in first because, well, it's a bit of a rite of passage, isn't it? Making starfruit wine it's almost like a staple of some Stardew Valley playthroughs. I did keep the gold starfruit for apples though, don't worry about that. I use a rain totem over in the Fable Reef and send gifts to the villagers. Thankfully, we've completely avoided a situation where we have to max out 20 or 30 friendships after year 1. We have like 5 or 6 left at this point. Leo has sent me another cooking recipe on day 167, thank you. I go fishing in the Fable Reef for an eel. I've made another mistake here though. The eel does not show up until 4 PM. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait until fall at this point. I've embarrassed myself way too many times trying to get it during summer. I send goat cheese to Scarlet, then I visit my favourite NPC in the entire game, the Goblin. He's eating something in the corner of his house when I arrive. He calls it his special corner, that's kind of funny. He makes a void mayonnaise sandwich for me. It's certainly one of the sandwiches ever made. As a way of apologising for, and I hate to say it because of who made it for me, but for not enjoying the sandwich, the henchman teaches me how to make a potion. I was already happy enough to be given a potion by my favourite NPC, but then it happened. The magical words popped up on the screen. Learned how to make a marsh tonic. This could be the final crafting recipe. It might be a cooking recipe, but I'm forcing myself to believe it's a crafting recipe. I have to believe. Before I go, the henchman tells me he's glad to call me a friend. Yeah, wrap it up, we're done here. This is the best moment that could possibly happen in this or indeed any playthrough I ever do in this game. This is the absolute peak, the pinnacle moment in Stardew Valley for me. It's all downhill from here, let's be honest. The marsh tonic is in the crafting menu, so I make it, and the achievement for crafting everything is unlocked. Beautiful. In terms of the cooking recipes, I still have to make a fried eel and a flour cookie, but I now only have to find 5 more recipes. And so we arrive to day 168, the last day of summer. I grab all of the Joja berry starters I can carry, accept the missions from the bounty board, and sell the Joja berries. We now have a delicious 10 million gold at our disposal. I buy wood from Robin and make 78 kegs before buying the golden clock. I've just discovered we can also add buildings to the area beyond the bridge. The Ferngull Republic Frontier it's called. This place is somehow even more massive than I originally thought. I add my new kegs to the shed, and that is it for today. The main goals for fall, and well, every season after fall as well, are the following. Max out the remaining friendships, I think I have 5 left. Find the 5 remaining cooking recipes and catch 1 fish. I believe that's all we have to do to get 100% completion anyway. I think that's everything. Right, let's not waste any time. Let's go. Day 169 begins with a letter from Mr. Key. He has sent us a piggy bank for earning a total of 10 million gold. It doesn't do anything. You can put 1 gold coin in at a time and that's about it really. You can't even take the money back out of it. There's a chest or 2 or like 6 or 7 in different areas on the farm with random items in them, so I'm gonna spend the day putting them all into the storage shed. That's not all for today however, as I grab some Joja berry starters and head over to Shearwater Bridge. Camilla is here and uses her magical abilities to add a new fish to the water here. This is the kitty fish, the final fish remaining for us to catch. I'm a little busy right now, but I will come back here in the future. I accept a few jobs at the bounty board as always. Then I sell some Joja berries, buy the wallpaper catalogue and the furniture catalogue. I clean up the cellar just a bit on day 170. The kitchen has also been tidied too. There isn't a lot I can do right now in terms of working towards perfection, so I'll be spending any free time decorating the farm, tidying up the place, and just talking to the villagers. I want to show them that I still care about them, even if I've already maxed out most of their friendships. I buy more grass starter before taking on the kitty fish over at Shearwater Bridge. It doesn't take too long for me to catch it, and so the fishing collection has officially been completed. We don't really have to touch a fishing rod anymore in this playthrough, which is kinda bittersweet. I'm glad to have caught every fish, but I also really enjoy fishing. Overall, I've had a great time with the fishing aspect of the game. I think the turret fish and the wolf snapper were a very nice touch. It's cool to have more legendary fish to go after. William has sent me the second last star drop on day 171. Now I just have to get a villager up to 12.5 hearts to get the final one. I already know who it's going to be, but I'm keeping it a secret for now. I think you'll be happy with who it ends up being though. I place more grass on the farm, chop down the few remaining trees, add stone pathways to connect the main path to the minecart here, and place even more grass. Here is what the farm looks like right now. I've been thinking about the field of crops and the Junimo huts. My initial plan was to move it 2 or 3 spaces and put grass around it, but I've had another idea. I got rid of the tree farm, so I think I'm gonna plant mystic trees here. We'll see how it looks when they've grown, but I have a good feeling about this. I plant the coin in the greenhouse so we can have a money tree growing inside here, and it also fills up the last spot for a tree sapling. I turn my attention to the Ginger Island farm on day 172. I don't need to plant any spring, summer or fall crops anymore, and I've completed Caroline's order to plant pineapple seeds and ship them, so I can safely plant Joja berry starters here. I fill up the chest near the kegs with a bunch of different fruits and vegetables. I really wanted to organize them by color for some reason, which doesn't make a lot of sense considering they'll all be gone within 4 weeks or so. William and Linus have arrived here on Ginger Island. They're not here to stay though, no, in fact, they have a question for Leo. They want to know if he would like to live in Pelican Town. Linus can teach him how to cook and forage and basically live amongst other people. Leo is hesitant, but he accepts. Also, I lied about not having to touch a fishing rod again. I have to catch an eel. And I do. I use it to cook a fried eel dish. A group of parrots convert a tree into a house for Leo during the night. I collect caviar in the morning of day 173. I fill the remaining spots here on the Ginger Island farm with Joja berry starters, and I trade my tickets for a star drop tea. I got other items as well, but the important one is the tea. I donate the caviar, finishing off the final bundle in Joja Mart. Every other Junimo was able to go home when I completed the community center, except for this one. Now it can. Something happens to Joja Mart during the night. I spruce up the storage shed on day 174. I feel like the grass flooring used to be darker. This one will do, it doesn't look terrible, but I definitely prefer the old one. Maybe the 1.6 update changed it, or I don't know, maybe I just picked the wrong flooring, but I looked really hard for the one I used around 2 years ago, so who knows really. I add wood pathways and try out other flooring, but I wasn't a fan of how it was looking, so I went back to the original design I had. Day 175 is yet another day of decorating, perhaps the biggest one so far as we're tackling the house. I'm liking how it's looking so far, but I do want to ask Robin to add the extra rooms to the house, so there's a lot more work to be done here. It's only 10 AM though, so we have plenty of time. I add the corner room, the southern room and the attic, and I expand the corner room. I can't add the cubby or expand the kitchen because a lamp is blocking both of them. That's inconvenient. I give a duck feather and a star drop tea to Leo to max out his friendship before checking the new theater. This is going to be extremely useful when it comes to improving our remaining friendships. I buy 50 cinema tickets in preparation of our future visits here. Speaking of, I give a void mayo to the goblin and invite him to the cinema while I'm here. I buy a truffle popcorn for him and he likes the movie. That's good, that's very good. You get 125 friendship points in total if they like the movie and the snack you buy them. Of course, the best outcome is if they love the movie and they love the snack. That's 250 friendship points, or an entire heart of friendship. I'm back in Robin's on day 176. I ask her to add the cubby and expand the kitchen. I spend the day working on the house, and here is the end result. I haven't touched the attic at all and the expansions for the kitchen and the corner room. The attic I'm pretty sure I'll decorate this week, but I'm contemplating getting rid of those 2 expansions. I've done everything I want to do with the house, so they're kind of just there. I'm gonna get rid of them. It's time to focus on the Ginger Island house on day 177. I always struggle decorating this house, but I think I'm good with how it turned out. I still have to grab some fish to put in the fish tank, and I also need to get the butterfly hutch and 2 plant decorations. The butterfly hutch I can get from the desert trader for 200 bat wings, and the 2 plants are in the crane game in the theater. So there's a tiny bit more work to be done, but it shouldn't take long. I give a star fruit to Apples on day 178. Andy has been throwing bottles at Apple's house. I might need to have a word with Andrew. I will not stand for that type of tomfoolery. I give a void mayo to the henchman and a crocus to Sandy before starting my mission to collect around 150 bat wings. I need 200 of them in total, but I have around 50 or 60 in the storage shed. This ended up being an absolute breeze considering I have the monster splitter and I've consumed a monster musk. I've got over 150 bat wings as the day comes to an end. I trade 200 bat wings for the butterfly hutch on day 179 before sending my axe to Clinton. I didn't even realize it wasn't iridium quality yet. My bad. I placed the hutch in the Ginger Island house, and yeah, that's exactly what I was going for. All I have to get now is the 2 plants I mentioned in the theater. Here's a look at the actual farm itself. I don't have to change anything here or add anything onto it. This is the complete product, basically. I add grass to the bottom of this farm, and again, I think this farm is done and dusted too. I've done everything I want to do with it. I will be showing a picture of this farm, the Ginger Island farm, and the 2 homes at the end of this journey. So if I do make any changes whatsoever, you'll be seeing the most up-to-date versions of them at the end. I don't know why, but I love using grass and stone pathways to decorate the place. It gives a bit of a nature vibe to the farm. I think I've just finished decorating the attic on day 180. It's nothing fancy. I went for a bit of a storage area look with this one. Basically, I tried to make it actually look like an attic. Again, nothing special, but I like how it turned out. I asked Robin to remove the extensions to the kitchen and the corner room. Sometimes less is more, and I also cannot be bothered decorating those rooms on top of everything else. But seriously, I don't need those extensions. They'd literally just be there for the sake of them being there if I did keep them. I toss a super cucumber into a box above the community center to get the HMTGF statue. In the saloon, I swap a duck mayonnaise for the Pinky Lemon statue, and I put a strange bun into the box in Vincent's room to get the Ferrogimon statue. I place all 3 of them into the attic. Just like the Ginger Island house, I need to get 2 plants from the crane game in the theater, and then I'm all done here. I have received the Iridium Axe on day 181. Thank you, Clinton. I invite the goblin to the cinema, and I spend a bit of time exploring this massive area across the bridge. What was it called? The Ferngill Republic Frontier? I'm just going to call it the Frontier from now on. There's a beach area which I waste no time in clearing out. I don't think I'm going to do anything with the Frontier though. I've got everything I need on my farm, so I won't be putting buildings or growing crops here. That being said, I did notice there's an option to have this place unlocked at the very beginning of the game, rather than waiting until Camilla shows up and unlocks it for you. Considering the amount of stone, wood, hardwood, fiber, all of those things you can get here, I think having it unlocked at the start of the playthrough would be the way to go. Over in the theater, I play the crane game quite a bit to get all of the items I need. I'm trying to get 2 each of the Junimo plushies and 2 of the different types of tree decorations. I called them plants a while ago, but no, they're trees, not plants. I placed 2 of them in the southern room in the house, and I put all of the Junimo plushies I won into this room. The goblin pays me a visit and tells me that he's made a tribute to the witch. He wants me to come take a look tomorrow in the Gobland. I add 2 trees to the Ginger Island farm, pop a movie poster up on the wall in the attic, and that is it for both houses. All of the decorating I wanted to do has been done. In every playthrough I've done this, as in me finishing decorating and now just waiting to unlock a couple of cooking recipes and max out 3 or 4 more friendships, all of that is really a sign that things are coming to an end. Let's not dwell on that for now though, there's still some things to do. For example, I visit the goblin on day 182 and I take a look at what he made. There are 5 more shrines here. According to the goblin, we can offer certain items to each shrine to activate their effect. Shrine number 1, offer 20 natural goo in exchange for a tree coin. I remember all the way back in summer of year 1 I was wondering how to get more money trees. I finally got my answer. We can exchange a gold carrot to prevent moss from growing on trees. I can offer an ornate treasure chest to have armies of monsters invade the town at nighttime. The Shrine of Betrayal doesn't seem to do anything right now, but I'll keep an eye on that one and see if that changes in the future. And I can offer 15 sludge in return for 1 life elixir. Apples has decorated their house using starfruit. It looks absolutely sterling if I do say so myself. Good job, buddy. I was playing with Apples in the forest when Andy walked by and saw us. He didn't see Apples for some reason. It looks like Apples is invisible to most people. I say most people because a short while ago there was a cutscene involving Abigail. She was playing with Apples in this cutscene. I'm sorry for not showing that one. I must have skipped it when I was editing. So it seems like only Abigail and I can see Apples. I buy some coffee as I'm running out of speed boost items. I'm currently using a haste elixir, but I've only got 3 left, so I'll run out of them very soon. I find this area in the frontier. It's similar to the lake in Sprite Spring. It gives us a +3 boost to a random skill, and it fills our energy back up too. Sandy sends me the recipe for Tom Kha soup on day 183. That brings me down to 4 more recipes left to discover.
One of them is the tropical curry cooking recipe, so I just have to keep an eye out for Gustavo and make sure I don't miss him if he goes to Ginger Island. I give a crocus to Sandy for her birthday, which maxes out her friendship. Apples has received a starfruit, and I've invited them to the theatre, so we're well on our way to maxing their friendship too. In fact, I only have to earn around 3.5 more hearts with them. Speaking of apples, they show up to my house on day 184. They're having a party in their house and I'm invited. The Stardew Valley Fair takes place today and I have found a cooking recipe, look at this! The prismatic pop. I only have to get 3,000 tokens. Alright, let's do this. I put my best items into the Grange display, which earns me a tasty 1,000 tokens. I play the slingshot game to earn another 114 tokens. Yeah, I'm not doing that again, that is not worth it. I bet all of my tokens on green and I lose. Lovely. I go fishing and earn 612 tokens. That's much better. I do it again for 588 tokens. I bet all of them on green and I win, doubling my tokens. I bet 600 tokens on green, win, and make what could very well be a very risky choice. I bet all 3,000 on green once again. Thankfully I win, so I buy the prismatic pop cooking recipe and a prize ticket. My good deed for the decade has been performed on day 185. I pay Robin 500,000 gold to have her build a house for Pamela. In other news, we have officially reached the point where I don't have many things to talk about each day, so I'm going to condense most of the remaining days down into one segment. The remainder of day 185 through day 224 is spent talking to the villagers because I just care so deeply about them. I complete most of the jobs that the villagers have for me to get prize tickets, and I work on Apple's friendship. I'm glad I grew so many starfruit because it's making things so much easier for me right now. I give 300,000 gold to Robin to have her add shortcuts to the town. I'll show these when they've been built. Speaking of things being built, Pamela's house is ready. I tell Robin not to get me involved and to instead tell Pamela and Penny that somebody donated the money anonymously. Not because I'm humble, no, I just don't want to be acknowledged. Do not perceive me, please. I continue going to the movies with apples and making sure to get them food they like or love. I watch a cutscene involving apples that ends up being rather sad. The other Junimos don't approve of apples fixing up this house and they don't want to play with them anymore. I tell apples that I don't think they made a mistake doing all of this and that the other Junimos are just being really unfair. Regardless, the end result is nobody has come to Apple's party, and so they tell me to leave. But then, something magical happens. The bear is here, and he is ready to party. He even brought some maple syrup with him. I've done a bit of editing to my list of favorite NPCs after this cutscene. I think my top 3 are now the Goblin Henchman, the bear, and apples. Moving on into winter now, I take all of the wine that has been produced by the kegs and I toss it into the shipping bin along with hundreds of Joja Berry starters. I invite apples to the theatre, and here is the first shortcut that Robin added to the town. It links the mines to the little island in the middle of the mountain lake. Shortcut number 2 is right below it. It links the mountain area to the north of Georgia Mart. Here is number 3. It brings us from the museum to the beach. Shortcut number 4 used to link Leah's cabin to the beach in vanilla Stardew Valley, but the layout of the map has been changed because of the expanded mod, so I believe this right here is the new shortcut. Although I do vaguely remember walking this way during the first year, so maybe not. I'm not 100% sure on this one. The final shortcut takes us from the bus stop up to the area behind our house. Pretty cool, huh? I find a Winter Star Rose up on the summit and buy the Return Scepter from Krobus. I toss the Winter Star Rose into the shipping bin, which means 2 important things. Number 1, the only item I have left to ship is the Golden Goose Egg. Number 2, I have to find another Winter Star Rose for a cooking recipe. Krobus wants me to bring him 60 Void Souls, so that's going to keep me occupied for a few days. Lewis lets me know that I can now build a winery. This is new. I thought we had discovered everything the expanded mod has to offer, so I'm surprised by this, in a good way of course. I buy haste and armor elixirs and collect Void Souls here in Galdora. I'm finding 10 to 15 on average per day, so if I come here 3 more times, I should get all of the Void Souls I need. I find a Winter Star Rose and I use it to make the flower cookie. 3 more recipes to discover and then we're done. I see why they waited until now to tell me about the winery. It's expensive, and that's putting it lightly. 1 million gold, 50 kegs, 30 iridium bars, and 200 pieces of hardwood. Realistically, I won't be using it,
but I'm gonna build it anyway. Also, if you remember the necklace I found while I was fishing up trash for Linus, I remember now, it belongs to Abigail. I collect more void souls and chase the big serpent around. I can't help but find this ironic. I remember being so terrified of this thing when I first came here. More of them spawn in and I get a bit carried away and go all Jacob Fatu on them. You know, all gas no brakes, I'm not stopping until every single one of these serpents have been defeated. I give the necklace to Abigail, who's very happy to see it again, and I ask Robin to build the winery. I was worried I wouldn't have enough space for it on the farm, but there's a nice spot for it above the golden clock. I gather enough void souls for Krobus and one more for good luck. I deliver them to him, and that is his job complete. Gustavo is making his way to Ginger Island. We are about to unlock one of the 3 recipes we still have left. I've got 15 tickets and I trade them for a grand total of 1 single Stardrop tea. Who do I complain to? Because I'm not happy about this. Unironically, I feel like I've been swindled. I buy the tropical curry cooking recipe and breathe a massive sigh of relief. I know where to get one of the 2 remaining recipes. The other, I have no idea. I've added a couple of items to this room here. It's like a treasure room or like a room of nostalgia. I give a starfruit to Apples to reach the coveted 10 hearts of friendship with them. The Festival of Ice takes place and I have nothing better to do. Ordinarily I would skip this festival because truthfully I feel like William deserves to win the fishing contest every single time, so this festival belongs to him in my eyes. But like I said, I don't have anything else to do right now, so I might as well attend this little festival. I am so glad I came here because look what's being sold. A cooking recipe. The fishing contest begins and of course I'm going to let William win. So while that happens, I want to talk about what we have left to do. The short answer, 2 more things. The long answer, I need to get 12.5 hearts of friendship with somebody for the final star drop. And then I have to wait until the final villager comes to town at the start of the 3rd year. Not only to reach max friendship with them, but to also get the final cooking recipe from them. At least I remember them giving the final cooking recipe. I hope that hasn't changed. But yeah, that's it. We're very close now to 100%ing this game. Krobus is here to let me know that his friends are doing something with the void souls I gave him. They want me to join them in the mines. A Junimo enters Apple's house. I believe their name is Peaches. They helped me create the teleportation circle in the Junimo woods at the start of this year. I make the chocolate truffle bar and visit the goblin. I have brilliant news for you all. The witch gave him back his job. I offer an ornate treasure chest to a shrine so monsters will start invading the town at nighttime. I did this out of curiosity more than anything else. I want to see how this is done. Apples and Peaches are excited about something. Now, all of the Junimos are excited about something. I think it's safe to say that they've changed their minds about what Apples did. It looks like they're all one big happy family again. They've gathered in Apple's house and the bear is in there too. This seems to be Apple's 10-heart cutscene, and I get a nice reward at the end of it. Starfruit are now worth even more gold. The super starfruit is being sold over in the Junimo woods. I grab it and give it to Apples. Some of you may have seen this coming. Apples is the NPC I'll be getting to 12.5 hearts of friendship with, so I can get that last star drop. He's moving in with us because I gave him the super star drop I got in the Junimo woods. Inside the mines, Krobus and his friends are using the void souls to bring back their fallen friends and family members. Not a single word was spoken, and yet this might just be the most powerful cutscene in the entire game. The end result? The Shadow People are reunited with their loved ones, and a truce has been formed between myself and them. They won't attack me, and I will not attack them. I trade supernatural goo for a tree coin, 3 of them to be precise, and I've just now discovered what the Shrine of Betrayal does. It breaks the truce between me and the Shadow People. That is brutal. There is no way I'm using that one. In case you were wondering how exactly the armies of monsters invade the town, the answer is pretty simple. A jump scare. Yeah, I'm not afraid, but also kind of ashamed to admit that I literally jumped when they popped out of the ground. The villagers don't seem to care about these monsters being in the town. Good for them, but I'm fighting for my life here, so a little help would be appreciated. Apples gives me a choice to make. They will either refurbish the abandoned farmhouse they live in and fix up the farm outside it and give it to me, but that does mean Apples will move out of that house and go back home with Peaches. The other option is Apples keeps the farmhouse. There's no way I'm taking that house off them, it belongs to them. And I've already asked them to move in with me, so I don't want to jeopardize that in any way. I say no to their offer. That farmhouse belongs to Apples. The winery has been built.
I think out of all the buildings, it has the coolest exterior, and the interior of it is nice enough too. Again, I won't be using it, but it was worth buying. I continue giving starfruit to apples, add grass and stone pathways to the front of the winery, go to the theatre with apples, and earn one more Stardrop tea. Speaking of Stardrops, Apples has given me the final one. Here is a quick look at the Perfection Tracker. All we have to do is ship the Golden Goose Egg, get Apples to 14 Hearts of Friendship, max out the new villagers' friendship when they come to town, and cook one more dish. I buy Apple's portrait from the travelling cart. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can buy this when you get somebody to 14 Hearts of Friendship. And that brings our second year to an end. Grandad has appeared in our dreams and says he is very proud of us for all of the work we've done here on the farm. Apparently we're an even better farmer than he ever was, but I mean, like, I couldn't have done any of this without you, so don't undersell yourself, alright? Don't do that. I consider buying strawberry seeds. I did buy them, but then I decided to go with mixed seeds instead. I plant over 600 of them on the farm. This didn't take too long to do, considering I have a +3 speed boost from the haste elixir. My plan is to let all of these grow and use the setting that stops the Junimos from harvesting my crops. Unless I've made a mistake, we should be wrapping things up during spring, so we'll finish the game with a wonderful farm full of random crops. Considering how much I love mixed seeds, I figured this was the best way to end things. I accept an order from Emily. She wants different gems. This is a really easy order to do, so I may as well do it in an attempt to get a prize ticket and later on a Stardrop tea from that prize ticket, hopefully anyway. I buy a bunch of coffee, turn all of them into triple shot espressos, and give Emily the gems she asked for. I trade 2 tickets for random items. I was hoping to see a Stardrop tea pop up in the rotation, but it didn't. Emily sends me a sewing machine in the mail on day 226, so I place that in the cubby with the other machines. Once again, I'm gonna condense the remaining days down into one segment. And so the following things happened during days 227 through 242. The wizard tells me that he's been assigned a pupil to train. Their name is Morgan and they'll be arriving in town tomorrow. When tomorrow comes, I visit the wizard's tower and introduce myself to Morgan. They are the final NPC I was talking about. They've left home to study magic under the wizard's guidance. I give them a gold star void egg and 2 Stardrop teas and invite them to the cinema. I've already got 2.5 hearts of friendship with them, so we're off to a great start. Luckily enough, the movie playing this season is a movie they like. And they tend to love at least one of the snacks that are being sold here in the theatre at any given time. So we're getting a guaranteed 150 friendship points with them every single time. Morgan sends me the final cooking recipe. I give them a void egg before making the dish. I was beginning to get a little anxious at this point about the golden goose egg, but I suppose all I can really do is just hope a goose drops it soon. And hope I do actually get it from a goose and it's not gotten from somewhere or something else. I trade 3 tickets and there's still no sign of a Stardrop tea. I'm not giving up though. I'm getting one. Morgan, Jazz and Vincent are playing hide and seek in the forest. Morgan seems to be upset when Jazz refers to his wizard hat. Jazz later refers to Morgan and Vincent as 2 boys. Morgan again seems to be upset when they hear this and soon explains why. They don't identify as a boy or a girl, they just identify as themselves. Vincent and Jazz immediately understand what Morgan is talking about and make a real effort to respect them and what they identify as, or who they identify as. My thoughts about this cutscene are the same as when I was playing the Ridgeside Village mod and Sean explains to Jazz, I think it was, about how they used to be a girl, but now he's a boy because he feels more comfortable and happy that way. I think if somebody is doing something that makes them feel comfortable and happier and I guess in a way makes it easier for them to accept themselves, then why question it? Let them live their life the way they want to. They're not hurting anybody, so why take their happiness away from them? It's kind of a cruel thing to do. It is a cruel thing to do, to take their happiness away. After a cinema trip and a couple of void eggs, we only have 3.5 hearts of friendship left to get with Morgan. They talk to us about how they feel lonely here as they've just moved in and haven't met many people. Merlin says hi to them, but that's about it. Camilla shows up, but she creeps them out, so they try to stay away from her. Yeah, you and me both, Morgan. It's my birthday on the 11th day of spring. The wizard gives me obsidian and Morgan gives me rhubarb pie. Here is everything I received from the villagers. Dinosaur mayo, starfruit, and iridium sprinkler. These are some really nice presents. A golden goose egg has finally been obtained. I'm so glad I was correct when I assumed it comes from a goose. It took, what, like 10 weeks to get it? But we have it now, so I tossed it into the shipping bin to complete that collection. I trade 3 more tickets and a Stardrop tea pops up.
If I can get one more ticket, I'll get that as a prize. I quickly send items that the villagers asked for and trade the ticket for the magical tea. I help the wizard teach Morgan about transforming objects into, well, different objects, like turning an iron bar into a gold bar. I give a star drop tea to Morgan, and after speaking with them, I am a mere 6 friendship points away from 10 hearts. One more conversation on day 243 maxes out their friendship. Later that morning, they visit the farm to let me know that the wizard is giving them an exam. It will take place in the forest and they want me to be there while they do this exam. I will absolutely be there, but first a trip to the Walnut Room reveals that we have achieved 100% completion. Our journey through the wonderful Stardew Valley Expanded mod is all but over. In the forest, Morgan harnesses all of their magical abilities. They end up speaking to the animals in this area who gather around Morgan. The wizard is astonished at the level of trust the forest creatures have in Morgan. They have passed their exam with flying colours. And the animals on the farm now produce better quality items. Cool, I'll take it. And here we are on day 244, the final day of our adventure. As I leave the farm, I notice the parrots flying above, signifying that our work here is done. I head to the summit where Apples is waiting. And that concludes our journey through the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. Here is a look at the farms and the houses while I ramble for a little bit before the video ends. It took over 2 years, and we had a lot of help from a certain mixed seeds mod. Seriously, I love mixed seeds a lot, and I'm so glad that mod exists, but I forgot it can be a bit overpowered when it comes to getting Joja berries. Anywhomst, I hope you've all enjoyed watching me play through this beautiful mod. It's been so much fun, and I really can't wait to see what happens in the next update, whenever that might be. All of the mods I used alongside the Stardew Valley Expanded mod can be found below in the description. And yeah, that's about it, I think. Time to wrap things up. Thank you all so much for watching. Have a good one.